if I was sitting in Al Assad Air Base in Iraq, I would be very concerned about how things are going. And I imagine we're going to be bolstering up our force protection capabilities, not just in Iraq, but throughout the entire region.
We're looking at footage from earlier today when this strike was actually taking place, some of those missiles being intercepted, some of them appearing to make contact with the ground. Of course, we understand now that no Israelis died as a result. I think we heard of one Palestinian casualty in Jericho, which is a community in the West Bank. Is it possible, Hal, that Iran learned anything about the Iron Dome from this attack and the attack in April?
I would have thought so, but I guess they didn't learn that much because they did the same thing again, and they didn't have a whole lot of success. Although I will say that, when you interdict a ballistic missile coming in with a large warhead, you can knock it off course. Doesn't necessarily mean that missile's not going to land someplace. And so, whereas the missiles clearly did not go where they were intended to go, there were a lot of large explosions, detonations on the ground. I saw a video today of a pretty large crater right next to a major highway where vehicles have been traveling back and forth. It was very fortunate that no one was killed. With this many missiles coming over, even if you knock them off course, they can still land on something and cause casualties. We learned that in Desert Storm, where one of our Patriot systems took a Iraqi Scud missile, knocked it off course, and all it did was it knocked it off course of where it was going, and it landed on one of the barracks where we had U.S. Army troops and caused a tremendous amount of casualties. So you did see detonations. That was no illusion. Those were warheads going off when they hit the ground. Fortunately, and certainly Israel had been prepared for this for some time, they told everybody get in the shelters, and I think that sort of anticipatory response, if you will, probably saved lives and prevented casualties.
Al, we'll leave it at that for now. We're going to be continuing on with our debate coverage. Thanks for joining us. Have a good rest of your night.
Okay. Thank you, Austin.
All right. We are going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about this vice presidential debate. More analysis coming your way. Politico's Melanie Mason joining us and political analyst Rich Rubino. After a quick commercial break, we have our panel. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We're going to be joined by Politico's Melanie Mason in a moment here, but I do want to bring in Rich Rubino. He's our trusty political analyst who I always love talking about these big politics stories with. Rich, one of my favorite people to talk politics with. Great to see you, Rich.
Great to see you as well, Austin.
And happy debate day. I know these are... This isn't
Should be a
exactly
national holiday, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of like the Super Bowl, but it's a vice presidential debate. So it's like something, I don't even know, a little bit below the Super Bowl, maybe like the semifinals, if you will. Let's get a live look at the spin room. The spin room's still active at this hour, Rich. We are, of course, talking about this vice presidential debate. The overarching thought about VP debates is that they aren't really that consequential. But is it possible that due to the fact that we've only seen one Harris-Trump debate, that this face-off carries a little more weight? I mean, Rich, this is the last time we may see the two tickets face off directly, correct?
Yes, I think to the extent that it matters at all, J.D. Vance was successful in not coming off as a threat in kind of the caricature that I think that Vice President Harris wanted him to come off as, the way that Tim Walz and in previous speeches has tried to make her out to be. I think to that extent, it was a win for J.D. Vance. The extent for Tim Walz, it was probably a win because it was at least a tie or a draw when they asked him the question of democracy and about restoring democracy, when he said that it was essentially that even if their campaign were to lose, they would shake hands, that type of thing. But at the end of the day, 2 days from now, people will be talking about something else. I really doubt that this moved the needle whatsoever. I can't think of any vice presidential debate that did move the needle. If you go back even to 1988, when Lloyd Bentsen was debating Dan Quayle, and he had that famous line, "Senator, I knew Jack Kennedy. I served with Jack Kennedy, or no Jack Kennedy." That the bottom line, people have thought about that for a couple of days. It was a loss for Dan Quayle, but at the end of the day, the Dukakis-Benson campaign ended up losing 40 states. So this is really going to have, I think, a de minimis effect. But I think that both candidates can basically declare, they're basically going to declare that they won. But it was basically probably a draw, with Vance probably doing a little bit better and not being seen as a threat.
All right, Rich, and I also do want to mention we want to welcome our friend Melanie Mason into the program as well. Melanie is a senior writer with Politico. We welcome you on the program, Melanie. Happy debate night. Thanks for joining us. I got to ask, maybe you would agree with me, and by the way, taking a live look at the spin room here, maybe you'd agree with me, Melanie, one of, if not the main goal of VP debates is simple. Don't make any gaffes, do no harm, don't bring any unwanted attention to your ticket. Were the candidates successfully mid tonight? Were they successfully mid? And of course, Walz did accidentally say he's friends with school shooters. There were some other little moments there. What's memorable about tonight?
Successfully mid is so great. I'm 100% going to be stealing that for my analysis. I think that is the perfect encapsulation of certainly what the goal was, and I think for the most part what they both achieved. I mean, I think that both of them were able to do what their job was to attack the other side's top of the ticket. I mean, you saw often that what Tim Walz wanted to do and what J.D. Vance wanted to do was that they weren't going after each other. In fact, they spent a lot of time talking about how much they agreed with each other, but then they would pivot to talk about the top of the ticket. And that's really what the role of the vice president is. It's to be that attack dog. It's to be the one that can land punches against these presidential candidates. I don't think that anybody had a major breakout moment in a fantastic way, but I also don't think anybody had a major breakout moment in an, oh my God, this is the end of your political career way. Hence successfully mid, which I think is a really apt description. I think that that's probably what people's takeaway is going to be. And I think to your point, are people going to be talking about this in 2 days? Probably not. And that is also, I think, the goal of a vice presidential debate is to fade into the background.
Let's start the hashtag on Twitter, guys. Successfully mid. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so this was the first time both Walz and Vance participated in a debate of this magnitude. I'll start with you, Rich. Could you tell that this was their first time on a stage like this?
At the beginning, I thought that Tim Walz, he appeared nervous in the first question. I thought that perhaps that was going to be the way he was going to perform for the rest of the debate, but he really got his rhythm, and I think he really got it back. Remember, these are two people. These are not political neophytes. I mean, Tim Walz was first elected to Congress in 2006, served for 12 years, governor twice, had many debates in the past. You can watch him going back to his in 2022 when he was running for re-election, he had Bates who was actually more combative. J.D. Vance was actually relatively new to politics. He was just elected in 2022, and actually, if you go back to his debates against Tim Ryan in the general election, he was extremely combative in that election. Both of them, I think, had a strategy, and their strategy, they knew how close this election was, and they knew that they were thinking about Richard Nixon, but they weren't necessarily thinking he said it, but that Richard Nixon said the first thing, his dictum was do no harm, and they knew that they were not supposed, that they did not want to do any harm. They knew if they made a direct attack on the other candidate, I think what the other candidate could come back with, they didn't necessarily know. So instead, they played it safe. They tried to be cordial with one another. You could see Tim Walz shaking his head many times in agreement with Senator Vance. And then they tried to go after the person at the top of the ticket. And at the end of the day, those tens of thousands of voters in 7 showdown states are not voting for vice president, although if they see somebody as a vice presidential candidate that they see as a threat, that might be perhaps the last the last kind of chance they had, the last chance they had to vote for. That might be the last thing they decide that might be the last thing they decide when they vote for the other candidate for when they vote for one candidate for president. But but the bottom line is they know that this is going to be essentially vice presidents are really kind of irrelevant. Nelson Rockefeller, used to say that we go to funerals, we go to earthquakes. So I think that they knew this, and I think that they really kind of played. They kind of played taking on the presidential candidate rather than taking on their vice presidential debating counterpart.
Melanie, would you agree that it take a little bit of time for Walz to warm up?
Absolutely. He sounded jittery at first. And I do think that JD Vance he has a really smooth presentation. And I also think that he does a ton of interviews. And you saw it. And it has actually really struck me in the lead up to this debate. Tim Walz really struck me when he first got the vice presidential nomination as somebody who was very adept at media. I mean, obviously, it was his sort of viral moment of saying these guys are weird that I think really catapulted him to the top of the list. But he hasn't been doing that many interviews since he has gotten to that ticket. And I think that lack of practice really showed. And I think that on the other side, the fact that Vance is out talking all the time. I think sometimes in ways that can be held against him, when he's on these podcasts all the time, and then there are sound bites that come back to bite him. It leads to a 90-minute presentation that's very smooth, that's very comfortable. And so I think that you saw that, and also a way that JD Vance was going into this with historically low negatives for a vice presidential candidate. And so I think that what he needed to do, in addition to going after Kamala Harris, but he also needed to show people, I'm not as scary as you may think I am. You might have heard about the childless cat ladies or what have you, but I'm just a normal person who can sort of not come across as threatening. And so I think the fact that he had a pretty smooth delivery, we'll see. I think it'll take a little bit of time to see where the flash polls are and how people received it. But for pundits like us who are watching it, to me, it made me think, okay, he is understanding that this was a vulnerability for him personally, were his low personal favorabilities. And it seemed like he really was trying to counteract that picture.
Rich, did Vance seem to play a little more to the center tonight? Did he make an effort to explain Trump's policies and position with a little more of a gentle touch?
Oh, absolutely. J.D. Vance is somebody who has a very much an ideologically conservative history. And some of the statements that he has made about abortion being murder, for example, he very much tried to tamper that down. Donald Trump has tried to do the same thing in many respects. You could see in some points he would talk about, for example, how he supported abortion, how he did not necessarily think it should be decided by the federal government, or it should be decided by the states. He really was trying to do that. And I actually think he was efficacious in terms of coming off as somebody who was a moderate. Now, Tim Walz, when he was originally chosen back in Pennsylvania as the vice presidential running mate of Kamala Harris, he got up there and he basically said, this guy is weird. He really tried to take him on, and they were trying to make this caricature of him as this three-dimensional cartoon and somebody who was, who was extremely conservative. I thought that If I were him, I would have tried to compare him to somebody else who's perhaps unpopular in the country, a conservative Republican like Ted Cruz, for example. But Tim Walz also tried to do that. And Tim Walz, for example, talking about the fact that the fact that he was a football coach, he used to go pheasant hunting. He's also somebody that the Republicans have tried to make out to be almost like a San Francisco liberal type. And he really kind of counteracted that, I think. I think both candidates basically tried to play to the center, meaning that they both, what that tells me is that they both think that their base is locked up and that they're going to maximize voter turnout in Tim Walz's case in the left wing of the Democratic Party and the right wing of the Republican Party on the case in the case of J.D. Vance. And an interesting thing, I was thinking going back to say 2005, 2006, when Dick Cheney was absolutely vilified by the Democratic Party. Whoever would have thought that in both the presidential debate and the vice presidential debate, the major candidates would praise the endorsement of Dick Cheney? That just absolutely astounded. That absolutely astounded me. I kept thinking, imagine somebody doing that a Democrat starring the endorsement of Dick Cheney in 2008.
You know, I want to ask a little bit about, there was discussion today about Walz and his history with China. I want to play this soundbite out, you two. Let's talk about it on the other side.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure I played that out. Melanie, just to rewind for the folks watching at home, newly unearthed reports contradict previous claims made by Walz about his travel to China, including a claim that the Democratic vice presidential nominee was in Hong Kong for a teaching position in 1989 during the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protests that ended in hundreds of protesters killed by the Chinese government. Walz has said that he misspoke, but his response during that exchange felt a little awkward at times. Did you pick up on that, Melanie? Is that the kind of stuff that sticks in people's psyches after they watch these things?
I was baffled by that response. How did he just not have something prepared for that? I mean, I think that this is kind of debate prep 101, that there had been sort of elements about his record or about ways that he had described his past experiences that were already getting some news coverage. Feels like that was just a really kind of obvious thing to prepare for. And instead we got this pretty word salady answer that I personally found very hard to follow, and I'm sure that most people at home also found it hard to follow as well. So I don't really understand why he didn't have an answer prepared for that. Now that being said, I think in terms of whiffing an answer, is this something that is on the minds of a lot of voters already about what were the exact dates that Tim Walz was in when he was teaching in Hong Kong in the 1980s? Probably not. And so I don't know if this is something that's going to have a lot of durability. But I was surprised by that because it spoke to me more broadly about what that debate prep must have looked like. And this seemed like it would have been a really obvious question just to have a really crisp answer prepared for. I think that people can be pretty forgiving with the idea of, hey, I said that I was on the ground at this particular time. It turns out that I was off by a couple of months, but the truth is this was such a searing moment that it was, burned into my brain forever. Think people would be like, okay, that probably tracks and move on. The fact that he had to sort of trip over himself over and over, and in fact, there was a pretty awkward follow up when he was pressed on it, a long, awkward silence afterwards, just made me wonder why don't you have an answer ready on that? It seems like that would have been the first thing to prepare for.
Yeah, I wish that clip had that little tail end snippet there because it did. There was an awkward pause there toward the end of that line of questioning. I want to watch another clip out, Rich. I'll ask you about it on the other side.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen.
Right. So basically, what I want to do here, we know Melanie has to take off in a little bit, so I want to throw this one at Melanie. The issues, this seemed like a pretty issue-focused debate, considering some of the other ones we've seen in recent memory. How did the candidates do on the issues? In voters' eyes, the GOP tends to have an edge on issues like immigration and the economy, while the Democrats tend to have the edge on issues like abortion and health care. Did either candidate score any points on some of their weaker issues, Melanie, or did the situation feel a little benign this evening?
I think benign is probably right. I mean, look, I think that Walz was strongest on the abortion issue, which is something that Democrats tend to be stronger on. I mean, I do think that JD Vance is very comfortable talking about immigration. That's sort of the centerpiece. All roads lead back to immigration, and particularly illegal immigration. We saw that in a lot of his answers when you're talking about housing, for example. He was able to bring it back to illegal immigration. So clearly they were both in their comfort zones. I think that where the points were best scored was in Vance's case, really trying to ask a question that
All right, Melanie Mason, we're going to have to let you go for the evening. We do appreciate your time here tonight. Have a good rest of your night. Rich, we'll keep talking, all right?
Absolutely.
All right. Bye-bye, Melanie.
Bye.
Bye.
Rich, so
Yes.
this, and I got to ask you too, because there's a lot to unpack about today's debate. I asked you guys last debate. It's worth asking again. How many undecided voters are actually out there at this point? How many voters are sitting there, scratching their head, wondering which way they lean? Have you talked to any, Rich?
No, I haven't. They're very elusive. And you got to remember, if you're talking about swing voters, if a swing voter lives in, say, California or Montana or Utah or Idaho or Arkansas or really the 40 states that are not in play in this election, their votes really don't matter because we know how those 40 states are going to go. So you have to really winnow it down to swing voters that live in Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and maybe in that one congressional district in New Hampshire, in Nebraska, and the one congressional district in Maine. So you're really talking about literally probably less than 100,000 actual voters. So that means that the candidate's first job is really to bring out as many low propensity voters that support them as they possibly can. For Tim Walz, that means low propensity voters on the left. For JD Vance, that means low propensity voters on the right. But in this debate, their strategy did not seem to be to try to placate or propitiate the base. Rather, they tried to they were trying to work toward the center, which tells me that their internal polls show that there are a lot of that there are at least a small number of undecided voters, and they think that they can actually get to them. But the other thing you have to think about some of these undecided voters, it could be that they're just disaffected with the entire system. That's why they haven't chosen one of the candidates. They might be disaffected with both Donald Trump and Vice President Harris, which means they have two options. They can, number one, say they're disgusted and stay home, or number two, they could vote for a third party. And I think that specifically there, and you go to a state like Michigan and Wisconsin, in the primaries, when Joe Biden was running, there was a group of Arab Americans that did not vote for Joe Biden that were Democrats. They voted uncommitted in the Democratic primary in Michigan. And Bill Stein, who's a Green Party candidate, is really trying to go after that constituency, which tells me that in the case of the Kamala Harris campaign, not only do they have a problem trying to siphon undecided voters from the middle over to their side, but also they have to siphon some voters from the left wing of the Democratic Party, and they have to show that they're going to be even-handed in the Israel-Gaza conflict. And Jill Stein is doing very well right now if you look at the polls with the Arab American community in those two critical battleground states.
Yeah, Rich, what demographic blind spots do both campaigns have? What type of voters do they need to appeal to? And did either make any headway with those blind spots tonight?
I think that Tim Walz being chosen by Vice President Harris was an effort by Vice President Harris to try to pitch overtures to traditional Reagan Democrats, right? They used to be Democrats. They were all the way with LBJ in '64. They supported Jimmy Carter. Ronald Reagan brought them over to the Republican Party, first in 1980 with his overtures, and then in 1984, they stayed as Republicans for George H.W. Bush. Bill Clinton and Barack Obama were able to bring them over. Tim Walz was really kind of their tribune, their representative, right? He was the Democratic candidate who could appeal to white working class voters. He's somebody who was first elected in a congressional district in Minnesota that had only had one representative in 100 years, somebody who was elected governor of Minnesota, someone who had been a football coach, a pheasant hunter, someone who really has kind of those rural roots. And I think he tried to appeal to that in this a little bit in the debate, but it's more in his speeches that he tries to appeal to it. So that's really a blind spot. The other blind spot that, as I was saying, was that with Vice President Harris, she does have a blind spot on the left wing, and she does have a blind spot on the Arab American community, which came on in droves for Joe Biden last time around, but many are disaffected by what they view as the United States continued financial support of the Netanyahu and the Likud regime in Israel. So that's a problem for her. And on the other side, in terms of JD Vance, and Donald Trump, their biggest problem, I think, a lot of respects, is suburban, traditionally moderate Republican voters, folks in places like Marietta, Georgia. Newt Gingrich's old congressional district is now represented by a Democrat, for example, because they view the Republicans as these are more business-oriented type Republicans who view the Republicans as more culturally conservative. They don't really see they don't really see their own plight as being culturally conservative. On issues like trade, Donald Trump has been very populist. I think many voters, in particularly business-oriented voters, are more or less free traders, for example. So those are really, I think, the blind spots. And usually when you pick a vice presidential candidate, it's to try to appeal to those ideological blind spots. And in Donald Trump's case, I think that populism, I think that he was also, not only did he try to appeal to an ideological blind spot, but he also was trying to reinforce his notion that he's a populist, not a traditional kind of libertarian type Republican.
You know, was there anything that you wanted the candidates to talk about tonight? Was there anything you wanted the moderators to ask about that you didn't hear them talk about tonight?
Well, I was a little bit surprised on a couple of things. The first of all, and I'm sure that both candidates were extremely prepared for it, would have been Ukraine. I think that that's something that Tim Walz really could have challenged J.D. Vance, because when J.D. Vance was running for his Senate seat in 2022, both in the primary and in the general election, he basically said that he was agnostic on the Russia in Ukraine war, and that it wasn't an issue that was really a big deal to him. I would have, if I was Tim Walz, I would have tried to bring that against him. I would have tried to challenge the Donald Trump sometimes antagonistic relationship with NATO, for example. Certainly, I think North Korea would have been another example of an issue that he could have certainly taken on. And I think also, just in terms of foreign policy generally, I'd like to see what they would emphasize in terms of, are they interventionist or are they non-interventionist? In other words, what would it take, under what circumstances, for both the Republican and the Democrat, would it take for them to first of all, to at least send financial aid to a country, to an ally perhaps, but also what would their threshold question be in terms of when they would send ground troops into a foreign conflict?
You know, the ABC News moderators during the Trump-Harris debate caught some flack for only fact-checking Trump. How do we feel the moderators here, Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan, did tonight, Rich?
Relatively well, except toward the beginning. And you saw J.D. Vance kind of fact-checking the fact-checkers. Yeah. And he basically said that to the effect of, we've agreed not to have fact checks. I think that was actually a very good moment for J.D. Vance. He was able to do it in a very kind of in a very moderate type of a voice, so that he's not necessarily alienating those in the center that would say, well, he's representing the right wing. But I think that was really the only moment I can think of where there was really a fact check.
I want to play another highlight out here, Rich. Let's play this out where they talk about the economy.
Thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class, because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is, there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan, with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago. He said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
And I'll just kind of start by saying that anybody that's taken a political science course, Rich, knows that the economy is typically the first thing people are thinking about when they're heading to the polls in November. What has been the rhetoric coming from both sides here? I know there's been a lot of discussion that sometimes on the Vance side, too much is said, and sometimes on the Walz side, too little is said. What do you make of what we heard economics-wise earlier tonight?
I think that JD Vance and Donald Trump are trying to do what Bill Clinton tried to do in the Democratic Party in 1992. Bill Clinton and Al Gore, he chose someone who reinforced himself ideologically as a centrist. They tried to be new Democrats. They tried to say that we're not traditional liberal Democrats. We want to reform welfare, for example. And it got him elected and got him reelected. I think that the Trump Vance campaign, and it was really the Trump in 2016, he ran on this as well, is a lot, their economic platform is a lot more populist. It's not a traditional libertarian platform. This is not something that someone like Milton Friedman or Frederick Hayek or some of the libertarian thinkers and economists would say, this is my platform. This is something that is very much, I think, that their appeal to working class. When they talk about tariffs, for example, how will that affect the entire economy? Well, it couldn't result in retaliatory tariffs. But contrary-wise, I think what they're trying to say is that when you institute tariffs, it protects domestic manufacturing, and many of those are traditional blue-collar voters who have been traditional Democrats. So that's where I think they try to appeal. They're very much, you do not hear, for example, about them talking about right to work legislation, traditional Republican issues. The one thing where they do stand with, I think, traditional libertarian type Republicans is they do tend to favor tax cuts, and the tax cuts will obviously sometimes go to wealthy Americans. And that's where Tim Walz tried to take on his opponent. On the other side, I think that Tim Walz and Vice President Harris, they're sometimes nebulous about it. They talk about the opportunity economy. They talk about lowering housing prices. This is actually one of the few times where I've seen him actually cornered in terms of explaining what their housing plan actually is. On their commercials, they don't really necessarily say it. I mean, part of that, you only have 30 seconds, 45 seconds, or a minute to do so. But I think what they try to do is they try to say that we're going to rebuild the middle class. We're going to try to build the economy, not from the top down, but from the bottom and the middle, essentially up, that they're going to try to expand the middle class. Vice presidential candidate Tim Walz often talks about his record in Minnesota, and his record in Minnesota is about one thing he did, and I think it might be kind of his North Star, if you will, is that he signed a child tax credit, and he also tried to bring down, or he did bring down, the prices of school lunch, for example. So those are the types of things. In the case of Walz, in the case of Vice President Harris, it's about trying to essentially bring the middle to bring everyone into the middle class and bring the middle class up. How are you going to do that? I think that partly because they have not had as many national interviews. You haven't really heard them try to explain in in assiduous detail. And I think in the case of Trump and JD Vance, a lot of their platform is really a traditional kind of Democrat economic platform with an addendum of a tax decrease.
I gotta say, one of the things that I noticed, I'm sure you noticed it too, there was a stark juxtaposition between the vibes between Walz and Vance today versus what we saw versus Harris and Trump. I noticed at least a handful of times that Walz and Vance said that they agreed with each other on something. At one point, Vance said that he'd help Walz whenever he wanted. Can you picture these two dudes grabbing a beer together, Rich? And how much of a juxtaposition is it between what we saw at the Harris-Trump debate?
Yes, I was wondering how much of that was a strategy because they really didn't want to do any harm. And right at the beginning, JD Vance kind of got recognized vice presidential nominee Tim Vance and kind of said, "Thank you for being here." That's traditionally what used to happen in these debates. They would sometimes shake hands. They would actually thank the moderators. They had crowds. They would say thank you. They would thank the colleges or whatever the institution was that sponsored the debate. We've just become so negative and so polarized and so ideologically bifurcated that you don't see that anymore. But these two really, I think the only precedent I can think of where debate was this cordial for vice president was probably 2000 rather, when Joe Lieberman and Dick Cheney I guess you would call the kitchen table debate, when they were sitting around, or I guess a dining room table, sitting around a table, and they were kind of joking, and they would kind of sometimes go after their opponent's plan, but it was never kind of personal. I think that was very similar to what was going on here. But my guess is that there was a strategy behind it. Now, that being said, if JD Vance really went after Tim Walz personally, went after him for something like his DUI or something like that, I'm sure they had a strategy where he would really attack back. And if Tim Walz went after JD Vance, for example, for comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler in the past, I'm sure that JD Vance would have had a very biting retort to that one.
One more highlight I want to play out before we go. It has to do with election integrity. Let's watch.
Well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Sorry.
All right, Rich, the election denial angle to this, is this something that the Republican Party as a whole has been trying to step back away from over the months? I know Trump himself hasn't backed off of that idea, but is his party?
Yes, I think so. And I think that many Republicans, when they're asked the question point blank, immediately they'll say something to the effect that there are many problems, but they'll say Joe Biden is our president by basically answering it in the present tense when they're asked a question about the past tense. And that's typical American politics. I think that J.D. Vance missed an opportunity there. For one thing, he could have immediately said when he was talking about Hillary Clinton in 2016, usually what Republicans do is they follow that up by talking about Stacey Abrams and her race for Georgia governor back in 2018, and many Democrats say that Stacey Abrams actually won that election, and she did not concede that election. So that's what I probably would have brought up. But I think that the moderators to a certain degree, but I think really Tim Walz missed an opportunity earlier in that debate because J.D. Vance said something to the effect that the Democrats, that the Republicans, that the American people chose the Democrats in 2020. So I think that he kind of acknowledged it, even if kind of a Freudian slip or kind of at a subconscious level. But Donald Trump himself has suggested that they've actually lost the election by a hair. He later said that it was a form of sarcasm. But if you listen to him when he talks, it doesn't appear that he's saying it in sarcasm. But I think most Republicans were telling Donald Trump privately, we have to put this behind us. And every time you're asked the question, you have to say something to the effect of, because he said so many times that way that they won the election, they have to say that we're focusing on the future. And that was kind of the rote response, if you will, by Senator J.D. Vance.
Rich, as always, being very generous with your time on these busy political nights. We appreciate talking to you. I know it's not quite the Super Bowl of politics, but we'll call it the conference finals of politics. Good to see you, Rich. Have a good rest of your night.
That's coming in 34 days. Thank you so much.
There we go. And we'll be talking to you plenty in the next 34 days. Speaking of that, Rich, as we step away from you here, we have this clock. This is a new feature of LiveNOW. And guess what? The clock just struck midnight, and now there's 33 days, 23 hours until November 5th, 2024. Of course, LiveNOW has you covered between now and then. A feature of LiveNOW, if you're new here, is we have a policy. Anytime any of the big four candidates are speaking, we do air them live, uninterrupted, no commercial breaks. The big four, of course, being Harris, Trump, Vance, and Walz. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. We work with lots of live feeds here at LiveNOW as well, and I can't help see in my periphery that Beirut remains active as of the early morning hours, Israel Standard Time. We do know the IDF has been active, still striking. They call these precise strikes, seeking out Hezbollah targets throughout the Beirut metro. A lot of the strikes were taking place in southern Beirut, if I recall, about a day or two ago. I'm not exactly sure which direction this camera's pointed in. Nonetheless, we see the IDF continuing with their campaigns as we roll into Wednesday morning. Let's take that break. We're back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into LiveNOW. I'm Austin Westfall. We have heard from J.D. Vance since the debate concluded. He was on with Sean Hannity on FNC earlier this evening. Let's watch some of it.
Joining us now, the man of the hour, Senator J.D. Vance is with us. Senator,
good to see you, man.
You know, it was funny. When I first interviewed you at the RNC, we knew each other, but we didn't know each other well.
Of course.
And I was supposed to have you for like a 10-minute interview. I think I kept you there like 30 minutes.
That's right.
By the way, I hope you're not doing anything for the next half hour. You're welcome to stay.
I don't know if I can stay that long tonight.
And as I was watching you tonight, I felt like you really got a chance to introduce yourself to the American people. And I felt it was extraordinarily effective because now that I've gotten to know you, that's the person that I know.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I just wanted to talk about issues, right? I saw this as an opportunity to get 90 minutes with the American people. It's an unbelievable opportunity for a person who wants to be the next vice president, and you should just make it as much as possible about substance. And, you know, one of the things I tried to do, Sean, obviously is criticize Kamala Harris's record, but also remind the American people that Donald Trump is not the caricature that Kamala Harris and the media have made him out to be, that he was an incredibly effective president for 4 years in the Oval Office, and he actually solved problems, right? I think most Americans, Democrats, Republicans, people in the middle, they're sick of Congress being like a high-class debating society. They actually want their elected leaders to do something to solve the country's problems. Donald Trump did that more than any person I've sort of observed in my 40 years of being on this earth, and it was such a good opportunity for me to just make that point to the American people. We had low inflation, things were going well, the world was more peaceful, and actually, Sean, it's an easier argument to make tonight, I hate to say it, because of the incredible tragedy unfolding in Israel, which looks increasingly like it could become a broader regional conflict. Like when the world is going to crap and it looks increasingly more violent, you want steady, proven leadership. That's Donald Trump, not Kamala Harris, the person who has sort of broken the entire world. And I just tried to make that point as much as possible, man. Just make it about substance and let the American people make up their mind.
One of the things is I was watching the 181 ballistic missiles being fired from Iran into Israel, and I'm so thankful they got most of them down, but they're now really fighting a forefront war. And I just know in the back of my mind that there is this radical anti-Israel, anti-Semitic even wing within the Democratic Party that I just believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz don't want to alienate. And unfortunately, evil is evil. And Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, they have in their charter, they've stated over and over, they want to wipe Israel off the map. We hear it in the halls of Congress, college campuses. This is a serious, their very existence is at risk here.
No, that's exactly right. And of course, not just their existence, but America's national security here. I mean, if Iran becomes a regional hegemon, it will have a nuclear weapon the next week. That will seriously endanger the United States of America because the Iranians have shown they're clearly not rational. But you think about this happened, Sean, because of confused policy from American leadership. We ask ourselves, like, how did it get to the point where Iran is launching 200 ICBMs at America's most important regional ally? And the answer is because they don't actually know where Kamala Harris stands. Now, you talk about how they've cozied up to sort of this weird pro-Hamas wing within their own party. Well, they're doing that, of course, because of political reasons, but it shows that confusion that comes out of that policy invites a lot of aggression, invites a lot of bad guys doing terrible things, and it also, Sean, motivates a lot of really stupid policy. 200 ICBMs, that's not cheap. Iran has a lot of other weapons. How did they fund it? Two reasons, Sean. Number one, Kamala Harris went to war against the American energy sector that radically increased the amount of oil revenue the Iranian regime was benefiting from. Number two, they unfroze $100 billion of Iranian assets. They're effectively handing these guys pallets of cash. The Iranians are buying weapons, and real leadership would be to say, we screwed up. We got something wrong. Let's go in another. Let's do what Donald Trump did, but they just can't do that because of the political reasons.
But they turned a blind eye to the sanctions. The sanctions they literally made Iran rich, and that allows them to fund these proxy wars. That's Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthi rebels, and now Iran directly firing into Israel. And what should America's response be here?
Well, look, I think it's tough, Sean, because we don't have a president that we can actually trust. I don't even know who the president of the United States is. And that's one thing we didn't actually get into the debate that I really wanted to hammer Kamala Harris on, is that for 3.5 years, America has been saddled with a president of the United States who can't do the job. And the reason is because Kamala Harris lied and said he was up to the job of president. And of course he wasn't. And now we're in this, we've got this terrible crisis in Appalachia, these terrible floods, a lot of people affected. We've got this regional war breaking out in the Middle East, and we don't have effective American leadership. Look, I think what our response is fundamentally, this is Israel's security, and they have to make the decision about how they're best going to protect their own security, and they need the support of their American allies, not Joe Biden, as confused as he is, standing behind them, effectively promising that he's going to punish them if they dare defend their own sovereignty and their own security. Israel is actually very good at this stuff. It's one of the great things things about Israel as an ally, unlike, frankly, a lot of so-called American allies, is they have a viable military. They have a viable intelligence service. They're going to make their own decision about how to protect their sovereignty. I think our role here, support our friends, and also get back to some common sense foreign and economic policies so that we can be strong enough to respond to the next national security challenge.
Let me ask you, you kept bringing up a point that I felt was very effective in this debate, and that is she's been vice president nearly 4 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, on day one, I'm going to fix inflation. On day one, I'm going to fix the border. On day one, I'm going to do this and that. And, you know, and Walz kept bringing up the issue of immigration.
Yes.
You brought up the 90-some-odd executive orders that they bragged about.
That's right.
But also for 3 years, they said the border is secure, and Harris wants to decriminalize illegal immigration, offer free food, housing, health care, education, sex change operations, amnesty on top of it, and we have all these unvetted illegal immigrants. Now, dozens of Americans have been murdered. I had the parents of 2 of them on last night, Rachel Morin's mom and Jocelyn Nungary. Many Americans have been raped, including children. We have other victims of violent crime, unvetted Harris-Biden illegals.
It's awful. It's atrocious.
The cost is through the roof. And I think America understands it, but you also brought up other aspects, how it impacts education and the economy and housing and the high cost of housing.
Look, man, so much of our problem is actually due to Kamala Harris's open border. You take 25 million illegal aliens. So take a small community. Let's say you've got a school district of 4,000 or 5,000 kids. Now, all of a sudden, you add 1,000 kids who can't speak English through no fault of their own, of course. But of course, the American education system, the education for our kids suffers in the process. Hospital wait times, a point I actually didn't get to make this evening, but hospital wait times have gotten longer and longer. Why? Because a lot of illegal aliens go to the hospital emergency room to get medical care. Well, that means American citizens aren't able to be seen by a doctor quickly. Housing is, I think, actually the biggest issue. A major driver of housing costs is that you have millions of foreigners who are illegally in the country who are competing with Americans for scarce homes. That's supply and demand and shoots the cost of housing through the roof. And this is why I talk about substance. My goal was to talk about substance tonight because I think a lot of Americans sort of intuitively get this country's leadership has failed it. And I just try to explain as much as possible. Here's why Kamala Harris has been a failure. Here's why Donald Trump has been a success. And here's how we're going to clean up the mess that she created.
Let me ask one question as you were on the stage. Tim Walz seemed very nervous tonight. Now, I kind of walked away with the impression, I guess maybe I felt, maybe this is the reason he doesn't do interviews. He seemed, did it come across as nervous to you?
Honestly, I didn't notice it, man. Adrenaline's going so much. I was nervous. Hell, like I do a lot of these interviews, Sean, but I was nervous. It's the biggest stage of my life. So I didn't focus so much on his demeanor. I just tried to focus on what he was saying. And look, to be fair to Tim Walz, he had a very tough job, and that is to defend the policies of Kamala Harris.
This is a great
that have
moment for you to
driven.
Bring that up.
Yeah, which
he did have a tough job.
He does, and look, it's Kamala Harris has done this. Her policy failures have made food, housing, energy unaffordable. We just need a change in this country. We need to get back to the common sense leadership of Donald Trump. I'm not surprised that Tim couldn't defend that record. Who could? If you put me on that debate stage, I mean, you clearly think I did a good job. I hope that I did a good job. But if you asked me to defend Kamala Harris's record, I'd melt into a puddle because there is no defending what she's done the last 3.5 years.
Let's talk about the #1 issue in just about every poll for most Americans is the economy.
Yeah.
I mean, we have record high inflation. When Donald Trump left office, it was 1.4%. It's up 20+% higher.
That's right.
Everybody knows because I go shopping every week myself. Every store we go to, every item we buy costs more. If you want to buy a house, maybe if you want to change homes, you're not going to give up your 2.9 or 3 or 3.5 or 4% mortgage for a 7% 30-year fixed-rate mortgage.
Yeah.
These are the bread and butter issues. If peace and prosperity drive elections, well, we got war in Europe, war in the Middle East, and we've got an economy that is struggling and wide open borders that has made our country not safe.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sean. I mean, look, you know, I grew up in a working class family. Sometimes we did okay. Sometimes times were really tough. And I can't help but think about this through the eyes of a family that's struggling to make ends meet, where people are sort of looking at the credit card bills, they're looking at the groceries, they're looking at the medical expenses, and they're saying, we can maybe afford 2 of these 3 things, but we can't afford all 3. Right. And I just want Americans, I want, you know, if you're struggling in this country and you're looking to the future, I want you to look to the future from a place of hope and optimism. I want you to believe the American dream is still possible, because I really do believe it's still possible, Sean, but man, only if we get the policies that actually make sense for the American people. I mean, you know, the thing that I've learned most the last 8 weeks, man, I've had such an insight into this country, and it's so amazing. People come up and ask me how I'm doing. And sometimes I'm talking about people who are struggling in a very big way. And it's sort of like, you know, I kind of had this like eureka moment of, if all of these American citizens are so concerned about the guy running for vice president when they themselves can't afford groceries, there is a generosity of spirit in this country that is so amazing. We need a leader who actually matches up with that generosity of spirit, a leader who's fit to lead the greatest nation in the world. We don't have it now. I think we're about to have it starting on November 5th.
You know, it was interesting because I remember Kamala had said about the high price of energy. Now, I would think it matters to the people of Pennsylvania and your state of Ohio on the issue of fracking.
Of course.
And she doesn't want offshore drilling. One of the things that I feel with 35 days left and early voting starting, she has not answered why she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, right? That to me is Marxism.
Yeah.
Why she co-sponsored government-run health care, Medicare for all, no private health insurance.
Right.
You know, how do you justify sex change operations paid for by taxpayers, amnesty when people don't respect our laws, border sovereignty, or defund, dismantle the police? Or I did wish you brought this up at the end. You know, she tweeted out a bail fund 4 days after police precinct was burned to the ground, and then said they're not going to stop rioting, shouldn't stop rioting, and we're not going to stop rioting.
In my defense, Sean, there's so much to whack Kamala Harris about with her record that you only had 90 minutes. I didn't have 4 hours.
Yeah.
But no, look, you're absolutely right here that her policies, it's not just that she did these things. She, in some cases, went out and bragged about opening the border. She bragged about how she wanted to divert resources away from police officers. She bragged about the Green New scam, which, of course, is one of the main drivers of energy and food prices. She bragged about this stuff. It happened, and Americans have suffered from it. Now, you made a good point. She hasn't answered for any of this. Well, Sean, in her defense, she hasn't answered for anything because she refuses to sit down for interviews.
They don't do press conferences or interviews for crying out loud.
Okay, like, honestly.
By the way, I will offer Kamala and Tim Walz a whole week's worth of shows if they'd come.
No, Sean, I legitimately believe, no kidding, that you would be a much more fair interviewer of Kamala Harris than, for example, like Dana Bash was with me.
Right.
But you go on Dana Bash's show, you go on Sean Hannity, you go wherever you can, because if you want to be the vice president of the United States, you ought to earn it. You ought to get out there and talk to the American people. And I think it's the most scandalous part of her entire campaign is that she's running from a basement, hiding from the very people that she wants to lead, while you have a contrast of Donald Trump, who not only was a successful president once, but is so eager to get out there and make his case to the American people that he's doing multiple rallies a day, multiple interviews with news leaders. That is the kind of guy with the energy that you need to actually run this country.
You know, one of the things I think you look for in a debate is tone, pitch, cadence, intelligence. Does that person have the ability to step in, God forbid, if you have to become the president of the United States? At the end of the day, I felt this was maybe for people that had a caricature of you. You mentioned one of Donald Trump. I think that came across tonight. You had a good time?
I had a lot of fun, man. And yeah,
on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous were you?
Like an 11.
By the way, it is a big moment. There's only, 70 million people or so watching.
Exactly. It's a very big moment. And yeah, I saw it as an opportunity to look directly at the American people and communicate the ways in which I thought we could do better.
Yale, right? There was one person ahead of you, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there were a lot of people ahead of me, including my wife. I think she was number one. Yeah,
she was number one.
She was way ahead of me.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's such a cool opportunity to get to talk to the American people to get to make your case to them, to get to remind them that, like, Kamala Harris's policies have been a failure. And I tried as much as possible to make it about policy, because I think that's where Donald Trump is such a better candidate, but most importantly, a much better president than these guys.
Oh my God, Sean, record low unemployment for every demographic: African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women in the workplace.
Rising take-home pay. In the biggest and most significant acceleration in 40 years in this country. I mean, you go back, there's a chart, Sean, that I was obsessed with in college, where you look at the wages of working class people, black, brown, white, whatever their skin color, and it basically kind of stagnates for like 30 years. And then all of a sudden this thing happens where it shoots right up, and that's the presidency of Donald J. Trump. It's an amazing record to run on. And not only were there wages of all these working people of every skin color going up, but then inflation was between 1.5% and 2% the entire time that he was president. It's the best economic record of any president, at least since World War II. And man, it's not just like, look, I'm running with the guy. I love to brag on Donald Trump's economic record. People were happier and healthier. Families like mine could afford the essentials because he was a good president. We got to get back to it.
You know.
All right, we wanted to play out at least a little bit of J.D. Vance speaking with Sean Hannity earlier this evening in the spin room after the debate wrapped. That is going to do it for our live coverage. It's time for us to head off the air. Our Orlando-based newsroom picks up the coverage. Jeanne Francine has you covered a little bit earlier than usual. We're going to be starting up at 5 a.m. Eastern time. For now, what I'm going to do is send it to a commercial break. And then on the other side of that, what you'll see is our overnight playlist. Happy debate night. Have a good night, and we'll see you in the morning.
But in the meantime, let's bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall. He joins me in the LiveNOW newsroom with a little bit of a preview of what you will be discussing. And I'm going to preempt you here. I'm going to remind our viewers, Austin, the sun is now coming up there in the Middle East, and we know what transpired in Israel today at the hands of Iran. This was a key focal point in the debate right off the top, was it not, Austin?
This is the first question that was asked, Andrew. The debate began with a question about Iran striking Israel directly today. This was the major focus of the day up until the debate started. We're going to be discussing that with national security analyst Hal Kempfer in a moment here. We're also going to be having a panel discussion with political analyst Rich Rubino and Politico's Melanie Mason. That's going to be coming up later on next hour. But as I said, we are going to be speaking with national security analyst Hal Kempfer in a moment here. While we tee Hal up, I want to play out a clip of the very first question that was asked at the debate. It had to do with the Middle East. Let's watch.
October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Okay, I'm Austin Westfall. I'm in the desk now. We are joined by national security analyst and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. First off, before we get into the nitty-gritty of his response there and some of the language that was used throughout this debate, what do you make of that first question? Preemptive strike. Does that make sense to you?
I thought it was rather interesting, Austin. It's like, should Israel launch a preemptive strike? And I've spent pretty much the day looking at not so much preemption as responding to a strike that was already happened, which is, Iran sent over 180 missiles, ballistic missiles into Israel. The question is not anything preemptive. The question right now is, what should Israel's response be? Now, with that said, there is a question about preemptive strikes. Israel uses preemptive strikes as a policy tool. They've done it for a very long time. You can go back to the 67 war. And that was a preemptive strike. So it is something that Israel's done. Of the two things, I didn't really find with Governor Walz a very clear answer to that. He did recite October 7th. He talked about some of the issues there a little bit. He's on a debate stage, 70 million viewers, a lot of pressure. So he did kind of, mistake Israel and Iran. And in some of his answers, so I'm not going to.
He said that he referred to as Israel's proxies, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not going to gig him on that. I'm just to say, hey, look, it's a first question, big debate. You're allowed to make you're allowed to misspeak, and certainly misspeaking was an issue that came up numerous times in the debate. So I won't get into that so much. But what I will say is, I thought that when it went over to Senator Vance. And he kind of fell back on Israel's, right to self-defense. I thought it was a little bit clearer, although he didn't. Obviously, neither of them. If you listen to it, they spent a lot of time talking about a lot of things that were separate from that question. and certainly Senator Vance used most of that time slot to actually talk about his background and what he did. One thing I will say though is that if you've served over in Iraq or served over in the Persian Gulf area, you don't confuse Israel and Iraq. That's very clear. And I was not surprised that he didn't confuse them at all, because that was certainly an issue when he was over there. That was a big issue, was dealing with Iranian threats, Iranian proxies. So he'd be very well aware of that. Although, I'm not going to gig Governor Walz on that. He just, he was trying to answer the question, and I was glad that he went back and talked about October 7th, because that's where this thing really began.
So, Hal, I got to ask you, this is a live image of Beirut, by the way. This is not an uncommon image we've been seeing over these past few days. This is smoke you're seeing from some sort of strike. The IDF has been active in the region over the past few days. As I mentioned, the debate began with that question about conflict in the Middle East after a day of Iranian strikes on Israel. Vance raised a frequent Republican claim that the Biden administration provided Iran with money for attacks by unfreezing Iranian funds. Is that how it went down, Hal?
It's a simplified explanation of what happened. There's a couple of things. There's about $16 billion that are clearly delineated. The most of that, the $10 billion, was that there was a basically frozen funds that Iraq could use to buy electricity generated in Iran. And so that was something that was allowed to happen. Now, I don't know if on the debate stage that got transposed to being, with an extra decimal point or something. But what I will say is, with that, and I'm going to have to go back and see if there's something else that they came up to get that $100 billion number. During the Obama administration, when you had an agreement in place, there was about $150 billion that went to Iran. After that, as part of the as setting into the joint agreement, if you will, basically they unfroze a lot of bank accounts, other things, assets, stuff like that went back to Iran. And of course, the criticism was that Iran took that money, and some of that money was paying for terrorism and buying weapons and paying for weapons programs. And frankly, probably some of it was. That would be very logical that they would do that. There is a lot of money that's gone over there. I don't think it's not a transfer. When it's simplified on the campaign trail, it sounds like there was a check or it almost alludes to a large briefcase with $100 billion in cash that got passed over to the Iranians. It's not quite that clear, but there's a lot of things in terms of frozen assets, frozen funds, permissions to do things, permissions to engage in certain trade that they weren't allowed to do under the previous sanctions. When you start adding that all up, that's where that's where you probably got that $100 billion figure from.
Okay, Hal, another big story here, and I want to pull up this tweet from the former Prime Minister of Israel. He posted a lengthy statement on Twitter. I'll read part of it. We will get back into our debate coverage, but I got to ask you because this was a major story of the day. He says, Israel has now its greatest opportunity in 50 years to change the face of the Middle East. The leadership of Iran, which used to be good at chess, made a terrible mistake this evening. We must act now to destroy Iran's nuclear program, its central energy facilities, and to fatally cripple this terrorist regime. So how? This is the big question now. How will Israel respond? Does targeting the nuclear program make sense at this point?
Austin, it's fascinating that you point to this, because I've seen this same general statement said by others in Israel who said it, not those who are tied to the Netanyahu administration or his coalition by any means, but they're looking at this and they use the term opportunity. And you would think they just got hit with 180 ballistic missiles. How is that an opportunity? It does make you kind of scratch your head. What it is they're going to respond, and when they were, and certainly reference to chess, is that this was a really dumb move by Iran by acting out in such a way, by acting out in such a visceral response, launching all these missiles at these population centers, along with military facilities and things like that in Israel. that what they've done is they've basically, certainly under international law, Israel has a right to defend itself. Now Israel has to figure out what is the best way to do that. They have, the IDF, Israel has been wargaming what to do, trying to figure this out for some time. What would be the best response to an Iranian attack? This is not something new that they're going to go back and just come up with. They've got courses of action already in place, and they're basically going to pick one. Now, what could it be? The nuclear facilities, the nuclear program has come up a lot. It's a tough target. It's very deep. It's very difficult to get to. The Iranians know that's a tough target. They also have ballistic missiles that are down in tunnels. They have a very extensive tunnel capability. They helped Hezbollah with its tunneling capability, and Hezbollah helped Hamas with their tunneling capability. So building stuff underground is something that you find is established tradecraft. That's another way of saying it's tough to attack from the air. So they're going to try and figure this out. I would not rule out a very ambitious raid involving boots on the ground. They just did that up in Syria. Special operations force went in there and took out a facility that builds ballistic missiles in Syria. So there's a lot of things out there, but they mentioned energy facilities, and of course you just saw that in Yemen they attacked the port and took out a lot of the infrastructure around the port, where they would receive, where they'd be able to move sorts of things that keeps the regime going. So they're going to be looking at that. And of course, they'll also be looking at potential leadership targets. They could also look at centers of government. There's a lot of targets that they're looking at. And in that regard, it is an opportunity.
I got to ask you, Hal, because Iran launched another direct attack back in April, but few of its projectiles back then reached their targets. Many were shot down by a U.S.-led coalition, while others apparently failed at launch or crashed in flight back in April. So that would make this Iran's second ineffective direct attack on Israel. How did this scenario play out last time? How did Israel respond last time, yet avoid a bigger escalation in the process? How did they get that done?
They did a very limited response. If you recall, they did a very limited response. They did a bombing attack, but it was at one of the most secure facilities in Iran. It was tied to the nuclear. It was adjacent to the nuclear program, a facility that Iran should have felt confident that Israel could never get to, that they could never touch, and they did it in such a way that the Iranians were very concerned, as they should have been, which is, how did they do it? How can they get here? Now that was rather restrained a response, but it was a restrained response that was meant to make a big statement to Iran as to how vulnerable they are for touch, and they did it in such a way that the Iranians were very concerned, as they should have been, which is, how did they do it? How can they get here? Now that was rather restrained a response, but it was a restrained response that was meant to make a big statement to Iran as to how vulnerable they are. Now Iran has done this. Now I heard some of the foreign media today referring to this as an unprecedented attack. Well, it's, as you just referenced, it's quite precedented. They did something even bigger back in April. But I would be surprised if Israel is going to be as restrained this time. I think the chance for a nuanced statement was last April. This one, they're going to make it absolutely clear what's going on, and I think they're going to look at causing some serious damage to the Iranian regime, particularly something. I would not be surprised if they put some focus on the Revolutionary Guard Corps, because my understanding is most of the missiles were Revolutionary Guard Corps missiles, if not all of them.
And I'll return to this live image. I'll just remind the viewers who may just be tuning in that these are live images of Beirut, where we've been seeing IDF forces carrying out airstrikes for the past 2 or 3 days now. And these military operations, they are happening in real time. It is the early morning hours in the Middle East. We are going to ask about the U.S.'s role in what happened today, Hal. My understanding is that the U.S. helped defend against some of these missiles? What exact role did the U.S. play in what happened today?
Well, the U.S. role was in intercepting ballistic missiles coming to Israel. We have naval combatants that are in the Mediterranean, naval combatants in the Persian Gulf, and that was their role, was to intercept these ballistic missiles to provide an additional layer of air defense beyond the Iron Dome that that Israel has to try and interdict these missiles. And in that regard, my understanding is that the U.S. Navy was very effective in stopping a number of missiles. Although, as we saw, they didn't stop all of them. I mean, a lot of missiles got in, but that's what the Iron Dome is for. But the Navy did provide a defensive role to stop this Iranian attack on Israel. And so that's a big part of what they do. I should mention, though, that this coincides with the announcement of more troops going over there. And I have no doubt that there will be more air defense capabilities that are going into the region. Along with that is right now, certainly if I was sitting in Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, I would be very concerned about how things are going. And I imagine we're going to be bolstering up our force protection capabilities, not just in Iraq, but throughout the entire region.
We're looking at footage from earlier today when this strike was actually taking place, some of those missiles being intercepted, some of them appearing to make contact with the ground. Of course, we understand now that no Israelis died as a result. I think we heard of one Palestinian casualty in Jericho, which is a community in the West Bank. Is it possible, Hal, that Iran learned anything about the Iron Dome from this attack and the attack in April?
I would have thought so, but I guess they didn't learn that much because they did the same thing again, and they didn't have a whole lot of success. Although I will say that, you know, when you interdict a ballistic missile coming in with a large warhead, you can knock it off course. Doesn't necessarily mean that missile's not going to land someplace. And so, whereas the missiles clearly did not go where they were intended to go, there were a lot of large explosions, detonations on the ground. I saw a video today of a pretty large crater right next to a major highway where vehicles have been traveling back and forth. It was very fortunate that no one was killed. With this many missiles coming over, even if you knock them off course, they can still land on something and cause casualties. We learned that in Desert Storm, where one of our Patriot systems took a Iraqi Scud missile, knocked it off course, and all it did was it knocked it off course of where it was going, and it landed on one of the barracks where we had U.S. Army troops and caused a tremendous amount of casualties. So you did see detonations. That was no illusion. Those were warheads going off when they hit the ground. Fortunately, and certainly Israel had been prepared for this for some time, they told everybody get in the shelters, and I think that sort of anticipatory response, if you will, probably saved lives and prevented casualties.
Al, we'll leave it at that for now. We're going to be continuing on with our debate coverage. Thanks for joining us. Have a good rest of your night.
Andrew Kraft back here in the anchor chair. We do thank, obviously, CBS, Vance, and Walz there. You were watching the simulcast here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue and begin our post-debate coverage and analysis. Thanks so much for being with us here. We have a lot to get into. They covered a lot of topics there. And in the meantime, we do have some of these images inside there. They're in the spin room in New York City. So in the meantime, we do want to bring into the conversation right now some of our friends, reporters who have helped us make sense of all of this throughout the entire year here. We're going to do that with our friend there at 24 Site. That's Tom Lobianco. He joins me. Tom, good to see you here. Let's just get this out of the way because this was something that was a common theme throughout, something I noticed, a lot of people noticed. You might have forgotten what civility in political debate and political discourse looked like. You saw it out there on that debate stage. Maybe it was because both these candidates are from the Midwest. We saw Midwest nice. They were unfailingly polite towards each other, extremely civil, and they covered a lot of ground here, but almost, several times, I lost track, I lost count. They both said to each other countless times that they agreed with what the other was saying here. It's something you don't see a lot in our politics. Will that be the theme tonight or not?
Well, absolutely. I think so. I mean, in a lot of ways, they talked a lot more about policy than we saw in the actual presidential debate because the dynamics were so different. I mean, look, from the outset, they went over and they shook hands naturally, and no issues, and they did very nice and normal. Now, obviously, the points that they were making and what they were talking about and the substance of this is very different. But overall, the tone, and you could see this. I was thinking about this. I was talking about this with sources over on the live stream at the 24 Site News, the live stream on Substack with Patrick Finkston and a number of our viewers while the debate was going on. How you could see these calculations going in the moment. We're talking extensively about how, look, J.D. Vance was clearly playing to the camera. He was playing very well to the audience. And you could see him trying to figure out, okay, how do I navigate this? Supporting Donald Trump. But you really do see, and we've talked about this before on here, you see the tone of the nation, the general electorate is really over a lot of the bombast and the combat. People are just sick of it. So it's very interesting for, relatively speaking, for an undercard. It almost seemed more like the top of the ticket, or what it should be at least.
So, Tom, you were also hearing that, to your point. I saw it on social media that it seemed like this was its own ticket in and of itself because they were in agreement, seemingly, on so many different topics. Of course, they diverged almost kind of habitually here on so many of these different issues. Let's talk about style. Let's talk about personality here. And the question always goes, who won the debate? But I want to ask you, what did you notice? It seemed like at the get-go, right off the top, Walz was nervous, and there were a few gaffes we can get into that Walz made here. Inadvertently, gaffes are inadvertent. They're not purposeful. But did J.D. Vance seem to you to have more command? Was he more comfortable making the case?
Well, yes, stylistically, Vance was more at ease. And you could tell he was more polished. And again, we have talked about this before on here. The Democratic ticket, Harris and Walz, should do more interviews. Now, we should note that Harris has agreed to do a sit down with 60 Minutes. Trump is not going to do that sit down, and Harris herself has been doing more interviews. But, you can't help but think that Walz would not have been that stiff at the outset had he been doing more interviews going into this. Now, look, that's on the style. On the substance, you could see these moments where Vance, who is a lot younger, more inexperienced than Walz, who spent a dozen years in Congress, 2 terms as a governor, had a better policy, a deeper understanding of the policies, and less of an incentive to just flatly misstate things, frankly. But in terms of the style, it took a long time for Walz really to show up to the debate. Vance was very smooth. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with the media accessibility.
So, Tom, we do have some of these highlights, clips that we want to get to as well here because, the rules were agreed to by the campaigns, but they weren't necessarily reported on before the debate went off here. So we were going to bring our viewers what those rules were, what the campaigns had agreed to. So there was some crosstalk. Yes, the mics were muted, but we did have at least more of an exchange between Vance and Walz than we had between Biden and Trump, than we had between Harris and Trump here. But there was a moment where they had to cut the mics off. Let's watch.
We fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Governor, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Okay, so that was it, Tom, there. You saw the mic get cut. Tom, we want your reaction, but we got people in the spin room. Sit tight, Tom. We do have New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik there, one of Vance's surrogates, of course. Let's listen.
Overwhelming win, and I think you're going to see that with the response from the American people.
They do not stand with American women, and it is putting women at risk. There are women dying across our country. Governor Walz mentioned one of them in Georgia, who has died because Donald Trump took away the right of a woman to make this decision between her and her doctor.
Senator, was the governor's answer on China good enough in your mind?
Which part?
About whether he was actually there in 1989.
So you're talking about, I think the question is, was it June or August or July in 1989?
The report from CNN and others said multiple times misrepresented.
So you're talking about a month 35 years ago? So it was 35 years ago, and it's like, which month was he there? I don't think the American people care about that.
Senator, who won this debate?
Well, Tim Walz, because he has a vision, and he articulated that vision in plain spoken language, compared to JD, who is a Yale-trained, microphone for Donald Trump, who talked to, I think he was somewhat transparent about some of the things that are in Project 2025, on the issue of abortion. It's clear that they're not, Donald Trump and JD Vance are not sticking up for American women and their health, and literally, their lives are at risk. We've seen a woman in Georgia die because Donald Trump broke Roe v. Wade. He claimed that himself. He put in Supreme Court justices with a specific plan to take this fundamental right away from women. And I think it was pretty obvious in the debate tonight, who is going to stand with American women and who doesn't really care about their health care.
Senator, can you talk to me about preparations in Maricopa County? A lot of focus.
Okay, so a few surrogates there for some of the campaigns. You just saw there Elise Stefanik for the Republicans, for Vance and Trump. And then you saw Mark Kelly there as well for Harris Walz. Looks like that's Republican Senator there from Alabama, Katie Britt. Let's just listen a little bit more to what she has to say.
That the Republican Party needs to regain the trust of Americans when it comes to abortion. What does that look like?
Well, I think JD did an excellent job. I mean, he was his authentic self, and he talked directly to the issues. And I think he knows, we need to go out there and talk about what we want to do for mothers, what we want to do for children, how we want to support people who are pregnant and who want to bring their child into this world. And so I think you heard him talk about that in a number of ways there. I think you also heard him mention that when he talked about childcare and talked about the need for that, understanding that, talking to people, listening, and then actually acting on what we hear. So I was very pleased. I think it was the best debate performance probably in modern American history. I think he showed why and reminded people what it was like when Donald Trump was in office and gave them hope about what the future could be like again. Because at the end of the day, truly, whether it is my friends or constituents or others, we know the dollar doesn't go as far. The border is being overrun. You're feeling the effects of that, from fentanyl to just tragedy within communities, and then the chaos that's happening abroad. I mean, here we stand here at a moment where Israel is fighting for her very existence, and it's a stark contrast to remember what life was like when Donald Trump was in office, knowing that he actually achieved peace through strength. And I think JD did a great job of opening with that as well. On that very first question, we have the Abraham Accords. Putin didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was in office. All of the different things that go along with just tamping down the global chaos, reminding people that Donald Trump had done that. I thought he was outstanding. Thank you so much.
All right, Senator Katie Britt there. Of course, Senator Vance's colleague in the upper chamber as well. Andrew Kraft back here. We're in a new hour, 8 o'clock here on the West Coast, 11 o'clock there in New York. We have another panelist joining us. Of course, our friend there at the Associated Press, Meg Kennard, along with Tom LoBianco at 24 Sight. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Meg, I got to get you in on this. You've been following, obviously, the debate. You watched it there. What were your overall takeaways? I know that question's always asked, who won the debate? I don't want to ask that right now, but what were your overall takeaways here? Mine were, Tom's were, this was a civil affair. This was very polite, Midwest polite. I know Midwest polite. I'm from Michigan, and it was on the debate stage for more than 90 minutes.
Yeah, there were a few exceptions to that. Clearly, we saw some contentious moments, but overall, I think your take is spot on. There was a lot more collegiality display on that stage tonight than certainly we've seen in either of these two presidential debates, and maybe more than what we had been anticipating would happen tonight. You know, the VP picks are usually the ones that are considered the fighters, the bulldogs, the attack dogs, the ones who really take on those issues that the candidates at the top of the ticket may not be so ferocious about in terms of going after their opponents. And so with the pugilistic styles that are kind of characterized and thinking about candidates that way, and knowing these candidates, you know, as we do, I mean, they both have been willing to kind of just have no holes barred on the campaign trail and on the stump. And so we figured we'd see that on stage tonight. We did on a couple of different topics, particularly there at the end, talking about democracy and January 6th and transfers of power. But there were a lot of more exchanges between these two of, you know, Senator Vance calling Governor Walz Tim, like every time he talked about him. That's just a level of familiarity, but also kind of a friendliness that I hadn't been anticipating. Again, it's just one event. It's a debate. There were other moments that were more contentious, but yeah, I think your take is spot on. It was a lot more collegial and friendly than I think we had been feeling like we were going to be seeing tonight.
Yeah, so we're watching right now. Looks like the senator is appearing on the Fox News channel with host Sean Hannity there in the spin room, and you see the backs of their heads there. So I wanted to make sure we are showing all of these live pictures there in and around the spin room. In the meantime, you know, Tom, wanted to ask you this. I was expecting more from the candidates themselves on their previous statements on whatever, and on their biographies, you know, the moderators pinning them down more on some of those questions. It was almost 90 plus minutes, barring, you know, here or there a question or two. It was almost 90 plus minutes of them acting as stewards of either Trump or Harris, whoever is at the top of the ticket. Was that to be expected from your vantage point? And this, you know, moniker you're here every time a vice presidential debate happens each and every 4 years for the running mate to do no harm, the do no harm principle. Was there harm done by Vance or Walz?
No, yeah, I don't think it's not going to move any numbers on the ticket. You know, certainly, look, if the top of the ticket didn't move any numbers, I don't think the undercard's going to move any numbers coming out of this. You know, they're two very different dynamics. Vance has a political future in this Republican Party, this iteration of the Republican Party, and you can see that the way that he kind of played to the camera very often. Walz took a long time to warm up. He was very stiff at the beginning. And he did spend a lot of time attacking Trump, carrying the water for Harris. But, you know, really for both of them, you know, Vance came across more of this culture warrior, like the podcast culture warrior, the protege of Peter Thiel. And Tim Walz just sounded like a governor. You know, I feel like every other answer was talking about his experience as the governor of Minnesota.
Right.
It's like everything. It was really funny.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted just to play one of these exchanges of Walz really being put to the test, being forced to answer some of these discrepancies in his biography. This was about a trip he made in the 80s to China. Let's listen.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Okay, Meg, my question to you is quite the circuitous path to no, I wasn't in China during the Tiananmen protests in June of 1989. He was there later that summer in August. He must have rehearsed this response. Why did it take him so long to get there?
That's a good question. It definitely did sound like this was something that Tim Walz anticipated he'd be asked about tonight, as did all of us pretty much who were covering this debate and thinking about the topics that we knew would come up. But it seemed like in this answer, Tim Walz was doing a couple of things. One, trying to talk about his time in China and what he learned from it. Also took a swipe at Donald Trump and said that if Donald Trump had been with him and kind of gotten some of the same knowledge, perhaps he would approach China differently. And then also just giving that biopic sort of overview of himself that J.D. Vance did at the very top, in the very intro, in the very first question. He did that kind of step back that a lot of times these VP candidates need to do to really introduce themselves, because this is pretty much, aside from the conventions, this is the biggest national stage that they have singularly before the actual election and before voters are making those choices. So J.D. Vance opened up with his first opportunity to kind of remind people where he comes from, who he is, a little bit of his biography. Tim Walz didn't do that. And so when he got this question about China, he kind of put it all together in one without ever explicitly saying, yes, I know I either misspoke or I mischaracterized or whatever his answer would have been to that timeline in terms of when he was in China and what exactly was going on while he was there. So it was a little bit of just a whole lot of different things put together that didn't necessarily concisely answer that question. And it looked like J.D. Vance was kind of looking at him like, okay, where's this going? When you look at that split screen of what was going on with the two of them during that answer.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, J.D. Vance, in that very first question he was asked, I mean, he directly acknowledged to the audience that the American people don't know him very well, nor do they know Governor Tim Walz very well. I thought that was quite, forthcoming and transparent on Vance's part there. But Tom, let's go back a little bit to that clip we played about immigration, about the Springfield, Ohio story. The mics were cut. We didn't hear much on Springfield, Ohio, and some of the claims made, especially propounded by Vance on Haitian migrants. Did you anticipate it was going to be brought up more?
Well, Vance struggled with that one. And, again, look, I mean, for a raucous presidential debate just a few weeks ago.
Let me just interject here. We do have Donald Trump Jr. Let's just listen.
We went from a time of prosperity to a time of poverty. This is a no-brainer. I don't think a debate is going to change that at this point, and certainly not the way it was handled last time, which I think was just honestly disgusting. So, I don't think it makes sense. I think people have to look at where they are. They have to feel, do they feel safer? Do they feel more prosperous? The answer is no. The statistics all back that up. We can fix this. My father wants Americans to thrive, not barely survive. They've been barely surviving for the last 2 years, and it's because of the policies of Kamala Harris. Again, I understand that the media is trying to pretend she's a moderate, magically. In 3 weeks she became a moderate when she got...
Okay, that happens in a spin room, happens a lot in a spin room where the camera kind of goes haywire there, of course. Tom, I'll let you finish your thought here on what I just had asked you.
Yeah. So, I mean, Vance really struggled with that one and again, gave a very circuitous answer, broadly speaking, about immigration.
Yeah.
But it really hits home for him because he is the senator from Ohio. And there are reports that his staff knew that this was incorrect, the statements about the Haitian immigrants in Springfield. He didn't reach out to the mayor there. You got thrashed by the Republican governor, a longtime Republican governor in the recent piece, Mike DeWine. So you talked around it. I mean, you kind of have corollaries there in a sense between Walz, his handling of the Tiananmen Square story, and then Vance not wanting to talk about Springfield, Ohio, in his home state, which he represents.
Yeah, that's going to have to do it. Meg, final thoughts, though, briefly, your overall kind of impressions. Where does the race go from here? Does it change at all?
I'm not sure that it really does. Oftentimes, these debates don't necessarily move numbers, and I'm not sure that this one will. This is the last debate that we anticipate we're going to get for this entire election season. So we'll see these candidates back out on the trail, but we won't be seeing them on stage going against each other. And we'll see where it goes from here. There are only 30 some odd days left, you guys, so buckle up.
All right, Meg Kennard, Tom LoBianco, can't thank you enough. Get some sleep. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
To Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Houston, where attorney Tony Busby just announced a class action lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Busby. I'm a lawyer here in Houston. I'm licensed in Texas and in New York, and I'll introduce other members of our team as they speak. As many of you know, our law firm has been at the forefront of some of the most important litigation in the United States. We like the tough cases. We thrive in the complicated cases. We've handled over the last 25 years some very big and very important cases. I believe that this one may surpass them all. There are many facets to this. The conduct we will describe today occurred over more than 20 years. There are many people and many entities involved. And we're going to follow this evidence wherever it takes us. We will find the silent accomplices. We will expose the enablers who enabled this conduct behind closed doors. We will pursue this matter no matter who the evidence implicates. These brave victims who have stepped forward deserve nothing less. The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone. There is a great strength in numbers. You can seek redress. You can obtain justice. We can help you, and we will help you. That being said, as stated, we are vetting every call that we receive. We have had to turn away some. For each, we ask for corroboration. For each, we ask for the identity of witnesses. We also have collected pictures, videos, texts. We check venues, we check dates. We want to corroborate that the claims being made have legitimacy and merit. We have on staff now a former detective from the Major Offenders Unit of Houston Police Department who is helping us vet each claim. We're using our common sense. We're being stringent because, as I said, these are not easy cases. They're very tough. The process is hard, and in some cases, the process is very lengthy. These cases are hard to prove. Many times it's the victim's word against the alleged perpetrator. Each of these victims will no doubt be publicly attacked by the alleged perpetrators, and in some cases, the general public. The feckless and cowardly keyboard warriors love to attack. We know what we're up against. We did not enter this fray blindly. I wish it was my last such fray. I wish this type of behavior wasn't so pervasive, but it is what it is, so we will press on. As I said, our law firms have been retained by 120 individuals at this point to pursue cases in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs. You should know, in this group, it is evenly divided between males and females. There are 60 males and 60 females who have joined us to pursue these claims as plaintiffs. In this group, 62% identify as African American, 30% are white, and the remainder are Hispanic or Asian. The victims are from more than 25 states. The majority are from California, New York, Georgia, and Florida. I don't want to focus on the ages of these victims. When we talk about the ages of the victims when the conduct occurred, it's shocking. Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15. 25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts complained of. The time frame of the acts complained of is very wide. The conduct at issue spans from the years 1991 all the way till this year, 2024. If you wonder why there are so many alleged victims, that's your answer. We're talking about more than 25 years of this type of conduct. Now, although most of the victims who have stepped forward were victimized after 2015, this has been going on for a very long time. Now, when you think about the fact that some of this conduct occurred 25 years ago, and you wonder why would it take somebody so long to step forward, I want to remind you that many states in the United States have recognized that it's very difficult for a victim to step forward and to make these types of allegations when something very terrible has happened to them. I'll use New York, the state of New York, as an example. The state of New York has specific statutes in place that revive claims that are even claims that would typically be not able to be brought, that it revives such claims and they can be brought even 25 to 30 years later. Because there's a recognition there in New York and California and other states that it's very difficult for a victim to come forward. And I would respectfully suggest the only reason many of these people are coming forward because they see other victims coming forward. And it gives them some comfort that, hey, I won't be the only one. And I expect more victims will come forward. You know, there's an old saying that says, a lie has great speed, but truth has endurance. The acts complained of in these cases that we're going to file occurred primarily in New York, either Manhattan or the Hamptons, or occurred in California, primarily in Los Angeles, or in Florida, primarily in Miami. Most of these events and incidents occurred at parties, typically after parties, or album release parties, New Year's Eve parties, 4th of July parties, something they called a puppy party, the all-white party, although several of these events occurred at auditions. Many times, especially young people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star or in the promise of having Sean Combs listen to their tape or even let them read for Sean Combs. You should know that some of this behavior occurred at well-known venues in New York City. Some of this behavior occurred at private residences of people that we all know. Some of this behavior occurred at hotels that we're all familiar with. You should know that more than 55% of the victims filed reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals. We're in the process of collecting with our team assistants, medical records, reports that were made to the authorities. And I've already said that some of the individuals in this group did in fact talk to the FBI. You should know that several of the individuals, and when I say several, I mean many, who did in fact seek medical treatment were drug tested, and drugs were found in their system, weird drugs that you probably never heard of. One in particular that continues to pop up is a drug called xylazine or trank, which based on our research is known as a horse tranquilizer. Now, there's been a lot of reports that we're filing a class action. This is not a class action. Class action is when one or two people file a case on behalf of a group of people. That's not this. These cases will be individual cases. Each case will live and die on its own merit. These cases will be filed individually, one plaintiff against whoever the defendants were involved in the case. Each case may be filed in one venue like California, another case may be filed in New York. One case may sue just Sean Combs, but multiple other people. One case may sue a range of people. I would expect most, though, to be filed, as I said, in New York and Los Angeles. Now, I know this. Many of you came here thinking or hoping or perhaps believing that I may start naming names. Well, that day will come, but it won't be today. The day will come when we will name names other than Sean Combs, and there's a lot of names. It's a long list already. And of course, I already know who some of these individuals are, but because of the nature of this case, we're gonna make damn sure that we're right before we do that. But the names that we're gonna name, assuming that our investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told, are names that will shock you. These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know watched this behavior occur and did nothing. And I'm talking about the people that participated, encouraged it, egged it on. They know who they are. I call them the facilitators of foul play, willing participants in vile conduct. As we identify them, each will be part of this case as defendants. These defendants will not only include individuals, but would also include corporate entities who ultimately profited off of this culture and behavior. I'm looking at banks, pharmaceutical companies, hotels. We know that many of these individuals were paid cash. We know that many of these individuals involved, whether they were the ones being assaulted and abused or they're witnessing other people being assaulted and abused and then paid and threatened and told to leave. Typically paid 10 grand in cash and told to leave. And then threatened as they were leaving. So in addition to Sean Combs, you should know the defendants in these cases we're going to file will include anyone, of course, who engaged in the assault or exploitation, anyone who participated in such in any way, anyone who encouraged or facilitated this conduct, anyone who was in the room and watched it happen but made no effort to stop it, any venue or venue owner who was aware of what was going on but failed to stop it, any individual or entity who knew about the conduct and benefited from it but did nothing to report it or stop it, and any individual or entity who covered it up or helped cover it up. These people who know who they are should just come forward now. I would imagine, as we speak here, there are a myriad of people who are very nervous. You can't hide skeletons in the closet forever. I would expect there are many people out there right now who are desperately searching their memories as they delete their texts and data. Now, although these are, in fact, individual cases, there is a common theme, an MO, if you will. Typically, the victim is lured into a situation where he or she is given a drink. Typically, that drink, reported by these victims, is apparently laced with something. Once that drink takes effect, the perpetrators perform all kinds of sexual acts on the victims, many times passing him or her around as other people watch and enjoy the show, and then leave the victim ashamed, confused, injured, and wondering what happened. When the victim reaches out, he or she is told not to say anything. Sometimes there are threats of physical violence or financial repercussions or bodily harm. The claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment, sexual abuse of minors. Given the large volume of cases and given our other docket obligations, and given the fact that we want to be sure when we file these cases that they are fully vetted, I expect we'll start filing these cases against Sean Combs and other perpetrators within the next 30 days.
We were just listening in there to attorney Tony Buzbee as he now has announced a class action lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. We are going to now step away for a 2 minute. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Houston, where attorney Tony Buzbee just announced a class action lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs.
Hello, I'm Carrie Paul with the National Victim Advocate. It's not easy for any survivor to come forward. Our culture doesn't believe survivors. It blames and questions them. Instead of showing support, many choose to enable abusers. The media runs stories asking why it took so long for survivors to come forward instead of asking what barriers exist. We also don't equip law enforcement with the ability to handle sexual assault crimes. Lack of funding translates to lack of training. We have officers in the field that don't know what to say to a rape victim, and also an alarming amount of backlogged, untested rape kits. Prosecutors are focused on what they can prove in a case, and if so, how to do that at time of trial. Advocates and staff are stretched thin with growing caseloads in the criminal justice system. Most people don't know how the criminal justice works in general. There isn't enough staff or resources to adequately explain the entire process to every victim and survivor. Our culture works against victims and survivors every day, and abusers know this. Abusers work themselves into positions of power, building a public image that is trusted and financially large enough to make people look away. Abusers are unfortunately very skilled at power and control, the foundation of abuse. They seek victims who are vulnerable, such as children, their employees, and their intimate partners, all who see a different version than the public does, all who rely on the abuser in some way. And for those that do come forward and aren't believed, face questions like, are you sure it happened that way? Were you drinking? What were you wearing? All of this creates an environment that enables abusers to continue abusing them and future victims. To the survivors that have come forward despite not being believed at some point in time, your courage is like nothing we have seen before. We thank you for coming forward for yourself and all survivors. And lastly, I want all survivors that are watching this to know we believe you and we support you. Thank you.
I want you now to hear from my co-counsel, Andrew Van Arsdale. We've created a sexual abuse hotline, and I want him to visit with us just a few moments about how that works and the kind of volume of calls we've received.
Thank you, Tony. Like Tony said, my name is Andrew Van Arsdale. I'm the managing partner of ABA Law Group. We have offices in California, Montana, and North Carolina. To build off of what you just so well said, it's very hard to come forward. And given what we've experienced the past 10 days is really unprecedented in my career, at least. We represent thousands of survivors of abuse, and never, ever in a 10-day period have we seen over 3,000 people come forward where we've confirmed and decided to investigate and represent 120 people while we're continuing to work through another 100+ cases to prove them up, to validate what had happened here, and to hold those that are responsible accountable. And so like Tony said, we've set this up. It's 1-800-200-7474. I have a team of people standing by literally. If you know that this happened to someone and you have information about it, please contact us. If this happened to you, come forward. There's attorney-client privilege here. What you tell us is in confidence. Yes, we'll have to go out and build your case, but we will protect you. And the other thing that I want to say is the pattern and practice of this, again, is unprecedented. Over 30+ years of the same sort of events happening, people thrust into the circle reportedly, and horrible things happening to them as a result. And from talking to these people that have come forward these past 10 days, I can tell you unequivocally that because the federal government did what it needed to do and indicted this man, that they put him in jail and a judge kept him in jail, they tell me directly, this validates my feelings. For so long, I thought it was my fault. What is it about me that put myself in that scenario? What was I wearing at the time? What did I do to be subjected to such horrific treatment at these people that I was trying to trust? Well, we know now it was not your fault. You were victimized by a group of powerful people that operated for 30+ years, taking advantage of their wealth and the power that they held within the music industry. So again, thank you to every single person that has come forward and contacted our office over the past 10 days. If you or someone you know suffered the same sort of treatment, please contact us at the number behind me and we will help you. Thank you.
I think it speaks to how important this issue is in the United States and frankly internationally, that we have reputable people here that want to provide kind of information that I think victims need to hear, witnesses need to hear, the public needs to hear. Let me introduce to you now Olivia Rivers from the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and let her visit with you a few moments about these types of cases.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Q Olivia Rivers. I am just served my 6th year as the board chair for the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. I'm also the CEO for the Bridge Over Troubled Waters, which is a local rape crisis center here in the Houston area. So thank you for being here as we address these heinous crimes. Sexual assault is not just a crime of violence against the body. It's an assault on the very essence of human dignity and safety. It shatters lives, it destroys confidence, and all too often, it leaves survivors feeling like they are voiceless, isolated, and vulnerable. The reality for many survivors is that coming forward to report their assault is one of the most difficult and daunting tasks that they will ever have to do. And for some, it may take days, months, or even years to speak up, if they ever do. The reasons for this have been mentioned, but include the fear of being disbelieved, being blamed or judged, and of course, retaliation. The trauma of the assault itself being compounded by the trauma of the criminal justice process, where survivors must relive their experience in order to seek justice. And these feelings and fears are further exacerbated when the allegations are against prominent figures in the entertainment industry or Hollywood. Cases involving powerful figures often attract significant media attention, which can deter victims from coming forward due to fear of public exposure or scrutiny. The intense focus on these high-profile cases can make survivors feel that their personal lives are being put under a microscope, causing further emotional distress. These allegations mentioned here today, as reported, reflect deeply troubling claims that deserve thorough investigation, and no individual, regardless of their stature, is above the law or public accountability. Sadly, the statistics paint a very disturbing picture. According to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. In the US alone, there are approximately 463,000 victims of rape or sexual assault every year, and these numbers barely scratch the surface, as sexual violence remains one of the most underreported crimes. But the numbers that follow tell an even more troubling story. Only about 23% of sexual assaults are reported to law enforcement. Of those, just 5% lead to an arrest, and even fewer, less than 1% of reported cases, ever result in a conviction, which is a devastating gap between the crime and the justice that survivors deserve. I want to briefly focus on our state here in Texas. According to the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, 6.3 million Texans, men and women, will experience some form of violence. That's every 2 minutes someone is sexually assaulted, meaning during the course of this press conference, around 60 individuals will forever be changed by this violence. And those are just a few of the victims. Obviously, this is unacceptable. We cannot allow this cycle of silence and inaction to continue. We have to create an environment where survivors feel empowered to come forward, where they are met with empathy and respect and support, not skepticism and blame. We have to ensure that our legal system is equipped to handle these cases with the seriousness they deserve, and that survivors have access to the resources that they need beyond the legal courtroom. We have to address the root causes of this epidemic: prevention, awareness, and fostering environments where respect, consent, and safety are non-negotiable values. Additionally, support for survivors has to be holistic. They have to have access to counseling, medical services, legal advocacy, and of course, community support, regardless of whether they choose to report or not. To every survivor who has come forward, your bravery is an inspiration. To those who are still grappling with their decision, know that you are not alone and that your voice matters. Your story matters. We see you, we believe you, and we are committed to fighting for a future where sexual violence is no longer tolerated and where justice is not the exception, but the standard. Thank you.
I want to visit with you real quickly before we close here about some specific instances without disclosing the victim's name. You probably know that depending on the age of the victim, you can file these cases, these individual cases, under Jane Doe or John Doe. Each state is different in that respect. Typically, there is a balancing test, like the public's right to know the name of the victim and plaintiff versus the confidentiality and the safety of the plaintiff. So we'll have to struggle with that with each one of these cases. Our intention, of course, is to, like we always do, file these cases under a pseudonym until the court tells us otherwise. But let me share with you a few, just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet, and these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. One individual who was 22 years at the time she was assaulted said that the typical MO at one of these parties that have been widely discussed in the press was that when you were handed a drink, and now we know that the drink is laced with something, if you refused to drink it, you were kicked out of the party. Now, let that sink in for a minute. I mean, the admission to this party was that you had to drink the chosen drink that was handed to you. And now we know that in most cases, I would say 90% of the cases, these individuals were drugged with some sort of drug. That was kind of the MO. Another instance, this individual who was 9 years old at the time was taken to a audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. Other boys were there to audition as well. All of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio in the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal. Another instance, another minor told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident, an individual 15 years old at the time, flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her. Another individual, 26 at the time of the occurrence, was picked up allegedly by Mr. Combs and several other people in a black SUV from the airport, was given one drink in the SUV, and then literally woke up the next day not knowing what had happened, but with pain and damage to both her vagina and her anus, where she then went to the hospital. She was missing her underwear and her shoes. Another instance, an individual, this time not a minor, attended a group dinner, allegedly with Sean Combs in Miami. She wasn't drinking because she was pregnant, but whatever she drank at the table, apparently, at least according to her, was laced with something. She blacked out, and she woke up in the same bed, again, allegedly, with Mr. Combs in his mansion in Miami. Her vagina and her anus were torn and sore. And I could go on. I mean, literally, you're sensing a theme here. It's the same theme, and it all involves some sort of drug. One instance, an individual who was 20 years old at the time was asked to attend, just saw her on the street, asked to attend a party in a hotel. She was flattered, went to the party, was given one drink and doesn't remember anything else. Ultimately, was so messed up, went to the hospital where they found cocaine and this horse tranquilizer in her blood system. I want to give you a quote from a very young man who told us over the phone about his experience and all the things that happened to him, he says, allegedly at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and his friends in the effort to try to sign a record deal. This was kind of what he was told he would have to do. His quote is, "Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me." And that's really what it comes down to. We are pursuing this, asking you to support this effort, to encourage witnesses and victims to come forward and bring your evidence so we can continue to break down this wall of silence and we can continue to have these stories heard. This is the beginning of what I hope to be a national dialogue. This type of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation should never happen in the United States or anywhere else. This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred. If you are one of those individuals, we ask you to reach out. If not to us, to someone you trust. If you are someone who witnessed any of these events, we ask you to reach out. Your name can remain confidential. With that, I'll take a few questions, not many, maybe two, but if you have a question, I'll be pleased to try to answer it. Perfect.
How many minors are making accusations in total, and are the feds aware of the allegations of minors in the case?
I don't know what the feds are aware of, okay, but I do know it's 25 out of this 120.
Tony,
But I will say this to that point. We welcome the FBI or any authority who wants to come to us, and we're going to make that available to these victims because I think that's important. My suspicion is, based on talking with these folks, is that you know the FBI is just not aware of these people. The FBI has talked to some of these folks, and I'm going to try to encourage the victims to in fact talk to the FBI because I think they have some very important things to say.
Tony, were all of the children auditioning because they were musicians, or were any of them kids of employees or anything like that?
All seeking either TV or some sort of music career with promises of, you know, we're going to make you a star. Instead, basically did things to them such that they don't want to have anything to do with the entertainment industry ever again. All right, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. We're going to go now. Thank you.
Those were the remainder of the comments there from Tony Busby and others as he announced a class action lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. Let's now step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Washington, D.C., where the Pentagon press secretary gave an update on the Biden administration's response to Iran's missile attack on Israel.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much for your patience for the delayed start time today. Just a couple things here at the top, and then we'll get right to your questions. As you're aware, Iran conducted a significant attack against Israel today, launching approximately 200 ballistic missiles targeting several locations in Israel. We condemn these reckless attacks by Iran, and we call on Iran to halt any further attacks, including from its proxy forces. During the attack, the U.S. military coordinated closely with the Israeli Defense Forces to help defend Israel. U.S. Navy destroyers deployed to the Middle East region supported the defense of Israel by firing approximately a dozen interceptors against the incoming Iranian missiles. Initial reports indicate that Israel was able to intercept the majority of incoming missiles and that there was minimal damage on the ground, but I'd refer you to Israel for confirmation and any questions on that as they're in a better position to discuss. Please note that we're still assessing the attack and the outcome, so numbers may change as we receive updates. Additionally, no U.S. personnel were injured or harmed during the Iranian missile attack. Secretary Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General C.Q. Brown Jr., and U.S. Central Command Commander General Eric Kurilla have been in constant contact with President Biden and Vice President Harris throughout the day to consult on the situation and U.S. actions. In addition to his phone call earlier this morning with Israeli Minister of Defense Gallant prior to the Iranian attack, Secretary Austin spoke to the minister again just a short while ago to get an update. He reaffirmed the United States' ironclad commitment to the defense of Israel and underscored that the U.S. remains well-postured throughout the Middle East region to protect U.S. forces and defend Israel in the face of threats from Iran and Iran-backed terrorist organizations. We'll provide a readout of that call as soon as possible. To be crystal clear, as Secretary Austin has said, should Iran, its partners, or its proxies use this moment to target American personnel or interests in the region, the United States will take every necessary measure to defend our people. And separately, I do have an update to provide on DoD support to Hurricane Helene response efforts, but I'll provide that at the end. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. We'll start with AP. Tara.
Thanks, General Ryder. What Navy destroyers were involved in helping shoot down and intercept? And given this escalation, what's being communicated between Secretary Austin and Minister Gallant right now in terms of tampering things down and potentially avoiding a wider war?
So the two Navy destroyers involved were the USS Bulkley and the USS Cole. In terms of the conversations between Secretary Austin and Minister Gallant, I won't get into the private discussions other than to say we are consulting closely with them on next steps and the continued defense of Israel.
And then, are there any plans underway to conduct a NEO given the increased risk of a wider war?
Right now, there has been no order to evacuate. As you've heard us say before, we are a planning organization, so we, of course, plan for all contingencies. But as of right now, State Department has not called for an evacuation. Jennifer.
Should we assume that the SM-3s were used by the Cole and the Bulkley to shoot down or to intercept the missiles?
I'm not going to get into the specific type of ordnance, Jennifer, other than to say, again, they fired a dozen interceptors.
And Iran said that they gave a heads up to the U.S. and to Russia. How much warning were you given by Iran?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any pre-warning by Iran about their potential attack. As you know, this is something we've been following very closely for a while, based on the threats of retaliation by Iran. And so we've been closely consulting with Israel for a while now to be prepared in the eventuality. And as today demonstrated, we were prepared and we were able to successfully work alongside Israel to defend them from this attack. Let me go to Carla.
Thanks, Pat. You said that the destroyers shot down Iranian missiles. Where do they come from? Were they all from inside Iran, or was some also from Yemen being shot by the Houthis?
Carla, to my knowledge, and again, we're still assessing this, these were all launched from Iran, ballistic missiles. And what I said was that they fired the interceptors towards those missiles. So.
And then were any other U.S. assets involved in this defense?
Of course, we have a lot of capability in the region, a lot of things that are there to be prepared for a wide variety of threats. But in terms of the launching of these interceptors, it was those 2 destroyers.
So just being clear, no ground-based interceptors were used in this.
Correct.
Were the were you aware of any duds that didn't fire off, that maybe Iran wanted to fire more than the roughly 200?
As I mentioned, we're still assessing the outcome of the attack, and so we'll have much more information later. But these are all, our initial reports.
And then on the second call with the Secretary and Minister Gallant, did he urge Israel not to respond or to moderate any response to Iran, or did Gallant share any of Israeli intentions for their potential response here?
Well, again, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I'm just not going to be able to get into the details of their call, other than to say, again, we're consulting closely about next steps and the continued defense of Israel.
What does Secretary Austin think about the potential for an Israeli response here? Would he urge them, without saying what he said in the call necessarily, but what are his feelings about the potential? Would he urge them restraint, or?
Well, look, if you take a step back here, we fully support Israel's right to defend itself. You just saw a very significant ballistic missile attack by Iran against Israel. And so, we'll continue to work alongside them to support their defense. We, of course, do not want to see a wider regional conflict. You've heard us say that many times, and we'll continue to work towards that end. But we also fully understand the fact that this was a significant attack by Iran, and so we're going to continue to consult closely, and we're going to continue to support their defense. Let me go to Laura.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. You say that the U.S. destroyers had intercepted or shot down the missiles, or just that they fired?
I said that they fired approximately a dozen interceptors against the incoming Iranian missiles.
And were there any U.S. aircraft that shot interceptors at Iranian missiles?
What I've read out is what participated in the defense of Israel. Okay.
And then, sorry, just one more. Can you say if there were any drones or cruise missiles that were involved in the Iranian
Again,
attack?
still assessing it right now. It appears it was ballistic missiles, no drones, but again, we'll continue to assess. Let me go to Joseph, and then we'll come here.
Thank you. Just wanted to turn to the Israeli invasion in Lebanon. For the past couple months, the department and the secretary have called for de-escalation. You guys have voiced your opposition to any ground incursion, invasions, limited operations. After we found out that the Israeli strike last week killed the Hezbollah chief, Hassan Nasrallah, it seems like the tone changed. From the statements last night, the department and the secretary said they supported what Israel is doing. So what changed for a change in that tone and that stance from the department?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, Joseph, is we fully support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah. As we understand it, they will be conducting limited operations to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure that's arrayed along the border there that could be used to threaten Israeli citizens. And so we're continuing to consult with the Israelis to better understand how they intend to go forward. Obviously, I'd refer you to them to talk or ask questions about details regarding those operations. But we fully understand as part of their overall efforts to return people home that they do need to address those threats that are along the border there. And so all that to say, we will continue to consult with the Israelis and other partners in the region long term about how we can ultimately de-escalate those tensions and get to a ceasefire.
Have they asked for any help from you guys doing whatever it is that they want to do?
No. Yes, sir.
Were the United States surprised by the scale of the Iranian attack on Israel?
Well, look, like I said before, we've been monitoring this for a while. Iran had been very public about its threats to retaliate. And so it's something that we've been monitoring. Certainly, this was a significant attack, probably about twice the size in terms of scope of what we saw earlier. But again, we're still assessing the outcomes of this. And as I highlighted at the top, we certainly condemn this reckless attack, this direct attack against Israel, and we'll continue to support Israel's defense.
Several Israeli media spoke about a response tonight, Israeli response tonight to this attack, including some, not just Iran, some other Middle Eastern countries. Will the United States be assisting the Israelis in their response?
Well, I'm not going to speculate about hypotheticals. I'd refer you to the Israelis to talk about,
I'm asking about, will the Americans help them with their
Well, what you're asking me is if they're going to do something, and what I'm saying is I'm not going to speculate about what or if they may do. As I highlighted to several of your colleagues, we're consulting closely with the Israelis in terms of next steps, with the emphasis being the defense of Israel. So let me go to this side of the room. Oren.
Essentially a follow-up to that question, is the U.S. willing to strike Iran in response to this? Are you putting that on or off the table?
Well, look, Garnett, again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I think I was very clear at the top that should U.S. forces be targeted by Iran or its proxies, we'll take necessary steps to defend our people. And I think we've also been very clear that we're going to support the defense of Israel. And so I'm not going to get into theoretical or speculative operations at this stage, other than to say, we mean what we say and we say what we mean.
And then a follow-up question. Iran claims to have used a new Fatah missile, which is supposed to be a hypersonic ballistic missile. Can you assess whether they did use new and advanced weaponry in this attack and whether they learned from the April attack?
Again, we're still assessing the attack and the outcomes, and so we may have more to provide later, but I don't have anything on that right now. Dan.
Thanks for your time. Two questions, please. On Secretary Austin's statement last night, he referred to being supportive of operations along the border. Is he open to Israel using operations on both sides of the border? Along the border was a little vague there.
Well, I think I'd go back to how I responded to Joseph, right? We understand and support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah, as we highlighted in the readout. We understand that part of that is dismantling some of the attack infrastructure that Hezbollah has built along the border. Certainly, again, we don't want to see this, broaden into a wider regional conflict, but we understand, again, that what Israel is doing are limited operations to destroy that attack infrastructure, and then enable citizens on both sides of the border to return home. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we do think that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. So, we're going to continue to work to that end, but we also, again, understand Israel's need to defend itself.
And then a follow. The State Department read out a report on an attack on a diplomatic facility at Baghdad Airport last night. Have you seen any other attacks on U.S. forces, I guess, since Friday? This one would seem to be on a diplomatic facility, but be it in the last day, particularly at this heightened time of tension, or just broadly over the last couple of days?
Yeah, as of right now, I'm not aware of any additional attacks. Thanks. Sir.
The Iron Dome, how effective is it against ballistic missiles? And some of the televised images appeared to show some of them landing on infrastructure. Are you aware of that? In general, was this attack more effective than the Iranian attack in April?
Again, understanding that a lot is still, very initial. As I highlighted, initial indications are that there was minimal damage on the ground. In terms of the specifics, I would have to refer you to Israel really to talk through that. And again, as more information comes in, we'll certainly know more. But the initial assessment is that Israel was able to successfully defend itself, of course, with the support from the U.S. And so, again, we may have more later on that.
We were just listening in as the press secretary from the Pentagon gave an update on the Biden administration's response to Iran's missile attack in Israel. Let's step away now for a 2-minute break. here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Washington, D.C., where the Pentagon press secretary gave an update on the Biden administration's response to Iran's missile attack on Israel.
Helene?
Thanks, Pat. I just want to be clear because it seems like we're at a very dangerous time where any kind of ambiguity from the U.S. could lead to an attack on American troops. And when you say I understand when you say that we're going to defend any attack at American troops. I also understand that that you said that no American troops were hurt. Therefore, are you saying the U.S. is not planning on a kinetic strike against Iran? Because right now, when you say there will be consequences, all of that, you're leaving it vague and people don't understand. And I want to understand, are we going to be joining Israel in hitting back against Iran in a kinetic manner?
Yeah, so with all due respect, you're talking about a hypothetical future, right? And presupposing what Israel may or may not do. So I'm just not going to talk about...
But you said there will be consequences, and Jake Sullivan said there will be consequences. So
right,
what does
and
that
I think
mean?
broadly speaking, the U.S. has been clear that there will be security, economic consequences should Iran attack. But I just don't have anything to preview specifically as it relates to that. All right. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Pat. Just to clarify, did any U.S. aircraft track any of the missiles either before the launch or during the attack, even if they weren't involved kinetically in the defense of Israel?
So I won't go into specifics, Chris, other than to say, as you well know, we have a wide variety of ISR capabilities throughout the region to monitor and track potential aerial threats. To include aircraft that do that. So I'll just leave it there. Okay. Charlie.
Thank you, General. I know you said repeatedly that Iran doesn't telegraph these attacks, yet from early this morning, we were told that an attack would be imminent. So we're getting some sort of information from somewhere. Based on whatever that was based on, where does Iran stand now? Is this just the first salvo? From your assessment, are they positioned to go ahead and pull the trigger again at will?
That's really a question for Iran. As evidenced by this attack, they certainly maintain the capability to conduct additional attacks. As I highlighted at the top, we call on them to halt any further attacks, and we'll continue to assess. We'll also continue to be prepared to respond in the defense of Israel should they opt to do another one. We certainly hope that they do not, but we obviously have to be prepared in that eventuality.
I just want to clarify, I think you said earlier this is twice the size and scope from the attack of April 13th?
Yeah, it's about twice as large in terms of the number of ballistic missiles that they launched from the last.
I believe it was their intent to actually do damage this time?
Well, look, you don't launch that many missiles at a target without the intent of hitting something. So absolutely, just like the last time, their intent is to cause destruction. And so, fortunately, Israel has very significant air defense capabilities, and the U.S., of course, played a role in helping on that front as well. Thank you. Matt?
Thanks, Pat. You said there have been no new attacks on U.S. forces in the region, but is the department tracking a greater threat now to U.S. forces, and are you taking any extra measures on top of the recent plus-ups you've done for force protection?
Well, Matt, as you know, we're always taking force protection very seriously. We're all very well aware of the heightened tensions in the region, and U.S. Central Command has been, for a long time now, constantly assessing and reassessing the threat to ensure that our forces are protected. Like I mentioned, I'm not aware, as I come to the podium, I'm not aware of any additional attacks beyond the one that Dan mentioned, but it's something that we'll obviously be keeping a close eye on to protect our forces.
Secondly, were there any other nations other than the United States and Israel who took part in intercepting missiles or helping to track them or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have anything to provide on that, and obviously I wouldn't speak for other countries from here. Yes, sir.
General, I'd like to ask you if you guys talked to the European allies and if you asked for military support in protecting Israel in case of another attack from Israel or the proxies, or is at the moment it's only the U.S. helping Israel military-wise?
Well, I'll allow other countries to speak for themselves. I will say, and we'll put a readout on this this afternoon, as soon as we're done here. The Secretary did have an opportunity to talk to his French counterpart earlier this morning, just to talk about the situation in the Middle East. This was before the Iranian attack occurred. And so, we'll get that out momentarily. Broadly speaking, though, again, in terms of any European coordination or cooperation with Israel, that's really for individual countries to talk to. I won't speak to them. Let me go to the phone real quick before I get in trouble. Task and Purpose, Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. I understand that the destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors. Did they hit any of the missiles? If so, how many?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So again, we're, as you highlight, they fired the interceptors. We're still assessing, again, outcomes of that. So I can't really, I just don't have more information to provide at this time. Okay, let me go to Heather from USNI.
Hi, thank you so much. So you mentioned that the United States has the ability and intent to respond if any of its service members are attacked. Over on Friday, you had two U.S. destroyers and a LCS come under attack from the Houthis. Which is an Iranian proxy group. So would that give, is there any intention to launch any attacks in response to those service members coming under attack?
Well, first of all, Heather, as you are aware, there were no U.S. service members injured in any of those attacks. And as always, we will respond appropriately at a time and place of our choosing, but I'm not going to telegraph or, speculate on any punches at this time. All right, and Patrick Tucker, Defense One.
Hey, thanks for doing this. So on the announcement of 3 additional aircraft squadrons, F-15s, F-16s, A-10s. I presume that they weren't involved in any of the interception activity. Can you talk a little bit about why they're there and what role they might fill now in terms of enhancing security for U.S. forces in the region?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we've been highlighting for a while, we have a robust amount of capability in the Central Command and U.S. European Command regions. And what those capabilities provide us is versatility in terms of responding to a variety of contingencies. And so, basically having the right tools in the toolkit to be able to respond appropriately to any type of attack or contingency situation. And so, as you well know, Pat, fighter aircraft can perform a variety of missions to include taking down drones, taking down missiles, particular kinds of missiles, as well as providing ISR, electronic warfare, and types of capabilities. So all of this comes together to provide us with options on how best to respond to any type of attack and to protect our forces. Let me come back to the room here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. First, on Iran, after today's attack and the expected response from Israel, is the assessment at the Pentagon still that the situation in the Middle East still under control and we're not in all-out war yet? And the second question on Lebanon, excuse me, what's your understanding to what Israel is calling limited ground operations or incursion? Is it limited by, in time, in scope? How do you see this?
Sure. So in terms of your first question, as you know, we've been working very hard from the beginning to prevent a wider regional conflict. Certainly the type of aggressive action that we saw by Iran today makes that more challenging. But that continues to remain our focus and remain our goal, is to prevent a wider regional conflict. And so we'll continue to stay laser focused on that. In terms of Israel's operations, again, they're in the best position to answer questions, but our understanding in consulting with them is that, again, these will be limited operations focused on dismantling facilities that Hezbollah has built along the border to stage attacks into Israel. And so, part of those discussions, again, have been focused on, making sure that there's an understanding as far as potential mission creep. And so, as it relates to the broader tensions in the region. But again, we support their right to defend themselves from Hezbollah attacks. And so we'll continue to consult with them on that. As I mentioned, Wafa, ultimately, we do believe that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security there. Take a few more. Phil.
A couple small questions. One is, why weren't land-based air defenses used? And did you find that you had, did the United States have fewer partners in trying to knock down these Iranian missiles this time than it did in April?
I would compare it to a pallet, Phil. You're going to use the capability that you need to respond to a particular situation. So, as evidenced by the fact that our forces were able to so quickly support Israel's defense, we have a wide range of capabilities arrayed to be able to respond to whatever those threats may be in the most appropriate way possible. So it's less about the platform and it's more about the capability. And so, again, we still maintain a robust capability to be able to respond to any potential future threats as well.
And I just want to follow up on what Helene was asking, which was important in the sense, I think you said a red line that if Iran or its forces were to attack U.S. troops, there would be a U.S. response against Iran. At least that's what it sounded like you were saying. Is that correct?
What I said is it should be very clear that if Iran or its proxies use this as an opportunity to attack U.S. forces, we will respond appropriately. Yep. Okay. Last question, Nat.
Thanks, Pat. I just wanted to clarify a few things that you said. In terms of Iran's capabilities going forward, is it clear from the U.S. side that the imminent risk is over of another attack from Iran?
Well, look, it's something we're going to keep an eye on. We certainly hope that there's not another attack, but obviously Iran maintains a capability, and it's just demonstrated that they're willing to use it to directly attack Israel. And so we're going to continue to consult closely with Israel on next steps, and importantly, on the defense of Israel. So,
and on Israel's limited incursion, have they provided any sort of a timeline on how long they would stay there?
I'd refer you to Israel to talk about that. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to talk about that. Hey, folks, while there's been an understandable focus today on the Middle East, before we conclude, I would like to provide a quick update on a topic closer to home as DoD continues to work with federal, state, and local officials to support Hurricane Helene response efforts. As of this morning, the department has more than 6,500 service members actively engaged in relief efforts across 6 states. Florida has nearly 3,500 guardsmen activated, and Georgia has around 1,400 guardsmen on duty. South Carolina has activated nearly 500 guardsmen, along with 2 helicopters for their recovery efforts. Tennessee has around 130 guardsmen and 7 helicopters activated, and Virginia has activated nearly 60 guardsmen, along with 1 helicopter and numerous high water vehicles. Additionally, since the storm passed, North Carolina has emerged as an area of particular focus after the historic levels of flooding that occurred in the western part of that state. A multi-state, multi-agency effort is currently underway with more than 80 guardsmen and 13 helicopters from Connecticut, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, New York, South Carolina, and Florida, joining more than 800 North Carolina guardsmen in providing support to devastated North Carolina communities. U.S. Northern Command is also providing active duty support efforts to FEMA, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is providing emergency power planning and response teams to Georgia, as well as dam, levee, and bridge inspection to Tennessee and Kentucky, and temporary power to North Carolina. For further questions about National Guard missions, I would encourage you to contact the specific states in questions. And for active duty support efforts to FEMA, U.S. Northern Command is standing by. For service-specific evacuation efforts, it's best to contact the services directly. As the DoD continues to aid response efforts, Secretary Austin and department leaders will continue to be engaged and stay in close contact with federal, state, and local officials to ensure resources are available and to maximize a coordinated response. And in the days ahead, the department will continue to keep our fellow Americans who've been impacted by this storm's devastation in our thoughts. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
We were just listening in as the press secretary from the Pentagon gave an update on the Biden administration's response to Iran's missile attack in Israel. Let's step away now for a 2-minute break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Washington, where the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller is giving an update following Iran's missile attack on Israel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for delaying you today. Start with some opening comments before I turn to questions. Starting around 12:30 Eastern Time today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles against a number of targets in Israel. The United States once again came to Israel's defense against these attacks, just as we participated in Israel's defense when Iran launched its April 13th attack. Our initial assessment is that Israel, with direct assistance from the United States and its partners, was able to successfully defeat this attack. This was a brazen, unacceptable attack by Iran, and every nation in the world must join us in condemning it. Secretary Blinken joined President Biden, Vice President Harris, and other members of the President's National Security Team in monitoring this attack as it was unfolding, as well as our response. As the President has made clear, our support for Israel's security is ironclad. We will continue to stand with the people of Israel at this critical moment. With that, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. So I think this probably goes without saying, but just to make sure we get on the record. So in terms of what happened in Israel, there no damage to any U.S. facilities, no injuries, no nothing?
At this time, we are not aware of any damage to U.S. facilities. As you know, we issued an order earlier today for our personnel, State Department personnel in Israel to shelter at their homes. We have full accountability for all our personnel. We're not aware of any civilian casualties inside Israel, let alone an American citizen casualty. There is one report of a Palestinian who died in the West Bank, but no damage to any U.S. facility either.
And then both you and the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago talked about this being a brazen and unacceptable escalation. But does the administration see anything that Israel has done over the course of the last 3 weeks as escalatory?
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice, terrorists who have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today, we have been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East, and the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we've seen Israel.
I'm not trying to suggest that they are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks against Hezbollah, but it is a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
Okay, and then last one, and this has to do with Lebanon and the northern front. The situation there is, unstable and uncertain. I know that you guys have been asking Americans who might want information about assistance and possibly leaving to sign up on a form. Can you give us an update on the numbers of those and whether or not you're planning to I don't know, to do anything in the way of either U.S. government capabilities or charter flights or ferries?
Sure. So you're right. As we often do in these situations, we have directed U.S. citizens who are in Lebanon to register with the State Department for information, and especially for information with how to depart Lebanon, and we're providing them whatever information we can. We have had, as of today, around 6,000 American citizens in Lebanon who have registered with us for further information. Should be clear, not all of those American citizens are seeking assistance with departing. People are just looking for information. They're looking for options. There are a number of American citizens who live in Lebanon who have lived there for years and do not want to depart the country. So in terms of the status on the ground, the airport is still open. Commercial flights are operating, although they are available at times at reduced capacity. We are working right now with airlines to provide additional flights with more seats for American citizens. It's something that we hope to turn on in the next few days, and we will be in touch with American citizens if and when we're able to expand that capability.
How do you ensure that there are going to be seats reserved for Americans?
Now, we're working with, I can't get into the details, but we're working with commercial carriers to ensure that capability. And when we have further information and we've locked this down, it's something we'll communicate directly with American citizens who've asked for information, and then I'll be happy to come and talk about it here at the briefing room.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
So given that the Secretary and the National Security Advisor just said that this attack by Iran is sort of definitively escalatory in nature, I know that you've been telling us, the Secretary even told us that for months you've been encouraging the Israelis not to respond to attacks and provocations in such a way that escalates anything further. Or is the Secretary going to continue to offer that same advice to the Israelis now in the wake of these missile strikes?
I'll say a couple things about that. First, of course, Israel has the right to defend itself, as any nation does. In terms of what Israel's response will be, of course, there must be consequences for Iran for this attack. We've made clear that there must be consequences. I'm not going to get into what those consequences are today, but there are things on which we will be coordinating with our Israeli counterparts. And I think in the immediate aftermath of this attack, we are going to coordinate with them on what any response might be. I think it's important that we are able to defeat this attack through successful work with Israel and with our partners, and we will work with them on what a response might look like, but I'm not at the position just 2.5 hours after this event occurred to offer what that might look like today.
The Iranian foreign ministry people have said that now that they gave the U.S., I don't know who, a heads up in advance of these missile strikes today through diplomatic channels. Is that true?
That is absolutely false. We had no kind of warning from the government of Iran that they were going to launch such an attack.
Yeah. Given you're not going to detail what the consequences are going to look like yet, understandably you guys are in conversations with the Israelis about that. Can you give us a sense for how U.S. officials are thinking about this right now in terms of magnitude of a response? Will it be more severe than the U.S. response to the Iranian attack on Israel in April, given your...
So I think it's too early to get into what the response might be. As I said, we're just a couple hours after this event having occurred. It's important that all of us inside the United States be able to take stock of the attack, be able to take stock of what occurred. As I said, there are initial assessments, but we need time to collect all of the information. And then we need time to talk with our Israeli counterparts, and we need time to talk to other partners in the region about the way forward. And we'll do that over the coming days. But it is clear that this was once again a significant escalation by Iran. When you see Iran launching attacks on another state, ultimately to come to the defense of a terrorist organization. It is an escalation. Israel has the right to defend itself, but we will coordinate with them on what any response looks like.
How much more worried are you about a regional war today than you were in previous days before this attack occurred?
So I've gotten that question a number of times over the past year, and I never want to try and calibrate our level of concern, only to say, or other than to say, that preventing the outbreak of a full-scale regional conflagration has been one of our priorities since October 7th. It's something that we immediately identified was a risk after Hamas launched its brutal attacks on Israel, and something that we have been working to prevent. There have been a number of times in the past 12 months where it looked like we might reach such a conflagration. April 13th is one of them, quite obviously. And the United States, through a combination of deterrence and diplomacy, has been able to prevent such an outbreak of full-scale war. And we will continue to try and prevent an outbreak of full-scale war in the days and weeks ahead.
Just a few more questions. Is Iran's nuclear program a legitimate target for an Israeli response?
Again, I don't want to get into, and this is not to to say that I'm ruling anything out and that I'm ruling anything in, but I would answer any question this way, which is, we want to have these conversations directly with our Israeli counterparts over the coming days. It's clear that this was an unacceptable attack, and as we made clear before this attack, there will be consequences for it, but I think it's appropriate that we discuss those consequences with our Israeli counterparts before we talk about them publicly.
Any other countries involved in defending Israel alongside the United States?
There were partners, as I said in my opening comments, who assisted in the defense of Israel. I will let all of those partners speak to their own actions.
And last question, is the attack over as far as the U.S. assessment is concerned?
Certainly this initial wave of an attack is over, which is not to say that there are other waves coming, or that there, it's not to say that there are other waves coming. We saw an initial attack earlier today against the state of Israel. Certainly it would be incredibly reckless and would continue to be escalatory were Iran to launch further attacks on Israel, and we'll be monitoring the hours ahead.
There have been a lot of parallels drawn between Iran's attacks on Israel we saw in April and what happened today. The big difference is that back in the spring, Iran did message for weeks the kind of attack it was going to carry out against Israel, as opposed to this time around. It seemed to be very sudden by comparison. That lack of warning, public messaging, do you read into that? Is there any diplomatic significance?
I don't want to try to make assessments about why Iran made the decisions it made, or why it kind of telegraphed them publicly last time and didn't do so this time. Obviously, we had some indication that an attack might be in the works. You saw us talking about that. We made clear, we gave warnings to our Israeli counterparts about it earlier today, and I think they came and read out some of those conversations publicly. So we had indications that there may be some such attack. I can't speak to why they made the decision to not telegraph it as publicly as they did last time. It doesn't change the fundamental nature of the attacks, which is that this was an unacceptable and brazen action by the state of Iran.
I know you want to have conversations with your Israeli counterparts about what their response will be, but can you say anything about, are the discussions happening now? Have Israeli officials laid out any potential options for retaliation?
There are discussions that are ongoing. There were discussions that were happening between the United States and Israel as the attacks were unfolding. There were discussions that were happening from officials in this building, officials in the White House, and I won't speak to the Pentagon, but I would assume by officials at the Pentagon in the immediate aftermath of the attacks, just in the last couple of hours, and those conversations will continue through the rest of the day and, of course, in the days to come.
Thank you. Matt, did the U.S. have any indication whether or not they were successful that the Iranians intended to strike U.S. interests or assets in the region?
I'm going to defer to the Pentagon to speak to specific operational details as to what the Iranians might have been targeting. They're obviously in the best position to monitor that and to speak to it. And I know they're having a briefing later today. I'll defer that question to them.
Okay, we understand that the embassy had all of its employees go home and shelter in place. Just want to confirm.
That was out of an abundance of caution, knowing that an attack on Tel Aviv might be in the works, and so we took that step out of Tel Aviv and potentially Jerusalem as well. So we took that step out of an abundance of caution. But in terms of what specific sites Iran was targeting, I will defer to my colleagues at the Pentagon.
Okay. In terms of the partners that you mentioned were engaged this time, without getting into specifics as to who it was, were there fewer partners? Was there less support for their engagement this time around?
I think that's still a specific. Maybe it's a generality. Either way, I'm just not going to get into it, other than say that there were partners that were engaged with us in this defense of Israel, and I will let every country speak to their own participation.
Okay. It's not a specific. It's just,
it's more specific than I'm willing to share at this point.
And just to clarify, I understand consultations are ongoing with the Israelis. What does the U.S. believe is the right course of action now? A response or diplomacy?
So again, I think it is important that we have those conversations with Israel before we read them out publicly. Obviously, we do not want to see this conflict continue to escalate. That said, we have been clear that there must be consequences for this attack, and I think it's important that we discuss this issue privately with our partners before we read them out publicly.
Okay, and in previous instances, it had become known that that part of the way, as you mentioned, the U.S. deterred Iran from taking action was through diplomacy, including the pushing of the potential of ceasefire talks, a potential breakthrough in Gaza. That seems remote now. What is the status of ceasefire talks, either in Gaza or in Lebanon, that the U.S. had been pushing in the weeks prior to these developments?
It's a really good question, and I will say, I went into some of this detail here yesterday. Where we are on the ceasefire talks in Gaza is that the terrorist group that Iran funds, Hamas, has been unwilling to come to the table to engage the past several weeks. So yes, it's true that we have not been able to advance these ceasefire talks, but it's not because of any lack of effort by the United States or our partners in the region. It's because the terrorist organization that Iran has sponsored for years and years and years has refused to come to the table. So if Iran wants to use the breakdown of ceasefire talks as an excuse for its actions today, it needs to point to the terrorist group that it controls. It's Hamas that has been responsible in recent weeks for the breakdown of those talks.
Is it your understanding that that was one of the reasons that they decided to?
No, I was responding to the question.
Last one clarification. I mean, obviously these talks require time, resources. It engages top U.S. officials. Are they still a worthwhile investment of the U.S.'s time when it appears that other parties are not?
No, look, we are not going to give up on reaching a ceasefire in Gaza because we believe it is the best way to free the hostages. It is the best way to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people. It is the best way to ensure long-term peace and stability for the entire region. So no, of course we are going to continue to stay engaged on this, but in any kind of ceasefire talks, when you're talking about two parties to a conflict, you need both parties to engage, and right now we have a refusal to engage by one of those parties.
Sorry, that's Gaza. And Lebanon as well, or have you abandoned it?
In Lebanon, so look, we ultimately do want to see a ceasefire. We ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution, but as I said yesterday, we do support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorist organizations. Hezbollah has continued to launch terrorist attacks across the board, and Israel's taking steps to defend itself against those attacks.
We were just listening in as the State Department gave an update after Iran's missile attack on Israel. Let's now step away for a 2-minute break. into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Washington, where the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller is giving an update following Iran's missile attack on Israel.
And you mentioned there was, before the attack, that you weren't told by the Iranians that they were going to attack, but you had some indication. What was the indication? Was that sort of from satellites able to see things moving around? Are you able to tell us anything more about that?
So I am not able to tell you anymore, unfortunately. Obviously, you've seen all around the world before the outbreak of conflicts that the United States at times has the ability to gather information about what is likely to happen. That was the case here. I just can't say anything about it. But it was not through any conversations with Iran, direct or indirect.
And some small amount of intelligence was declassified so that you could make that warning ahead of time.
I'm not able to get into it any more than what we said publicly.
In that period between informing the world and the Israelis that of this information, was there any effort to, other than the public statements, to reach out to the Iranians to say, don't do this?
So I will answer that by saying we have made clear for some time that we have the ability to send messages to Iran when it is in our interest to do so. And without speaking to any messages in particular, we have made clear the position of the United States that Iran should not launch this attack, that it would be a mistake for Iran to launch this attack, and I think I'll leave it at that.
I think the Iranian mission to the UN has talked about, they did send some message, I'm not sure whether it's before, minutes before, after the missiles were launched, or is there anything you can tell us about when that was received and sort of the nature of that message?
It wasn't received because that report's not true. I mean, I have seen the statement from Iran. I saw first stories that they warned us in advance, and I saw stories that they warned us shortly in advance. It's just not true. We received no advance warning from Iran about this attack.
And since the attack?
And sorry to interrupt. Sorry. I would just note that this is not the first time that Iran has said things about supposed interactions with the U.S. government and messages it has sent to the U.S. government that have not been true. They have done that a number of times over the last few months, and this is one of those examples.
You're saying up till now, up till when you took the podium, I guess, there was no sort of diplomatic note from the Iranians explaining their action.
Correct.
Just to put on their statement from in the UN, they said that this attack in response to the violations for their sovereignty and also attacks against their nationals. Now, sovereignty, the attack on Ismail Haniya on their territories, do you think this is a legitimate argument for them?
No, of course it's not. If you look at the supposed argument about attacks on their sovereignty, I would say, first of all, that's an event that happened weeks ago, and what's changed in the weeks since then? You've seen the death of the leader of a terrorist organization that Iran sponsors, funds, controls. That's what's changed. And to the extent that any Iranian officials have been killed in the past few days in Lebanon or in Syria, it's because they were meeting with terrorist organizations, meeting with terrorist leaders. And it goes to the point I made a moment ago, which is what you saw Iran to do today was come to the defense of a terrorist organization. I don't think it holds water when you look at all the events of the past few weeks that this event had anything to do with Iran's sovereignty. It has to do with the fact that a number of the terrorist organizations that Iran has set up for years as a way to undermine and attack the state of Israel have been weakened, first over the past few months and then most recently over the past few weeks. It's quite clear that's what they're responding to.
Okay, and one question on Lebanon. I know now everybody is concerned about a wider war, about escalation, but also there are concerns about repercussions in Lebanon. I'm talking about the humanitarian situation, about maybe civil war at some point. So are you talking to the Lebanese? What are your concerns? What are you doing? Are you talking to the LAF? You've been supporting the LAF, and yesterday you were talking about stability and their role in the stability within Lebanon. Who are your partners in Lebanon?
So let me speak to first, you kind of mentioned on the way into the question, the humanitarian situation. We are working to address the humanitarian situation in Lebanon. I would note that The United States has been one of the, if not the largest contributor to humanitarian relief for the Lebanese people going back years, and we'll continue to work to provide humanitarian support for the Lebanese people. And we are coordinating with our partners in the region, with international organizations about the shape and nature of those relief efforts, even as we speak. When it comes to the political situation in Lebanon, look, Lebanon has been plagued by instabilities, as I know you know far better than me, for some time. And certainly not the only, but one of the driving factors of Lebanon's instability has been the fact that Hezbollah plays a significant role in the political organization of Lebanon and has held a veto over Lebanon's ability to move forward with a new president, and has held a veto over the security situation of Lebanese civilians. It's because of Hezbollah's refusal to abide with UN Security Council 1701 and actually pull back from the border, that as they were supposed to do, that we're in this situation today. So I think it's too early, obviously, to say how this conflict will shape out in the next few weeks. But what we are going to be working to do is to try to seize this moment, and really hope that the Lebanese people can seize this moment against very difficult odds, because there are still a number of Hezbollah fighters who have access to arms and equipment inside Lebanon, but seize this moment to try to establish actual political stability for Lebanon.
To do that.
So look, I'm not. That is ultimately a question for the Lebanese people to answer, not for the United States to answer. But when you see the degradation of Hezbollah inside Lebanon, which has been such a destabilizing force to the country, hopefully, and you can't predict that it's going to happen, but hopefully, that's an opportunity for other political actors in Lebanon to step forward.
Yeah. In your answer to Matt, and also during this 12 months, you've been always saying that your main goal in this conflict is not for it to spread to a regional war. And I believe now we are maybe one step further from a regional war. But do you think that your way of trying to contain it through your diplomatic means, by drawing boundaries and lines to Israel, that if you cross this will escalate into this war or that war, and the Israeli prime ministers keep crossing those lines, keeps escalating in the region, whether it is in Gaza with the Philadelphia corridor or in Lebanon? First, you advised against major operation in Lebanon. It happened. You advised against ground incursions in Lebanon. It happened. And now we reached to this point. Do you think that he's dragging the United States into a regional war, as he was saying that he wants to do that for a long time now?
So let me say a couple things about this. First, it is absolutely true that Israel makes its own decisions about its security and about its path forward in the region. And that's true about Israel, but it's true about every other country in the region. The United States offers its advice. It offers its support, it offers its deterrence capabilities, it offers its diplomatic capabilities to our partners. But ultimately, our partners and our allies have to make their own decisions about their future. And the United States has to make its own decisions about our national interests. And I know that's what the state of Israel does and what they will continue to do, and we will continue to make our own decisions about our national interests. And the decisions that we have made, that we will continue to stand by and continue to pursue, is to use our diplomacy and deterrence to try and avert a regional war. We're going to continue to do that. But it's always been true that there are a number of other players in the region, besides the United States. It's Israel, it's terrorist organizations, there are other countries in the region, all of whom have agency in this question. And what we will continue to do is use our diplomacy, use our deterrence to try to achieve the best outcome possible.
But don't you see that maybe you are enabling the Israelis to seek, what you say, their own interest in their own way of thinking, by risking or going against your interest as the United States of going toward a regional war?
So they are going to make their decisions. We are going to make decisions about our interests. But if you look at the questions that have been before us the past few days and the questions that got us to where we are today, we're here responding to an Iranian attack that we, along with Israel primarily, were able to successfully defeat, that Iran launched because Israel has taken out the leaders of a terrorist organization. And that's something we support them doing. So while there are certainly steps that Israel takes with which we do not agree, and we have been quite clear about that, we do support them taking out the leaders of a terrorist organization. We support them degrading a terrorist organization. Those are steps that the United States would take as well. Those are steps that Arab countries in the region would take. Doesn't mean we always agree with the way that they do it, but we fully recognize their right to do it, and we're going to continue to have conversations with them about the best way forward.
My last question is just, there's some statements coming from Tehran that they waited so long after Hania was assassinated in Tehran because they received messages from the United States that something will happen regarding the ceasefire in Gaza, and this maybe will give them a way of not responding to Israel, and this didn't happen. Did you give them this message?
So we made clear through a number of diplomatic channels. I'm not going to talk about our direct communications with Iran, as I never do, but we did make clear through a number of diplomatic channels that the situation in the region was very tense and that the ceasefire talks were at a very delicate nature, and Iran should not do anything to upset those talks. Now, what's happened in the meantime? Obviously, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since that date, but if you look at what's happened in the past few weeks, it has been Iran's client terrorist organization that has been the impediment to reaching a ceasefire agreement, which is not to say that there have not been times in which Israel has made reaching an agreement more difficult. They absolutely have, and we have been trying to work through those objections as well. But in the past few weeks, it's the terrorist organization that Iran supports that has refused to come to the table to talk about how to get a final agreement. So, Said.
Thank you. You're saying that Hamas has rejected, or Hamas is obstinate about the ceasefire talks. I just want to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it is. So to be clear, I went through some of this yesterday, Said, and I know you were out. Everybody's allowed, and everybody's allowed a day off. So obviously this has been a long and winding road trying to get an agreement over the finish line. If you look at the events since the president put forward a public proposal on May 31st, and then later, I think it was in August, where he presented a bridging proposal to both parties that narrowed the differences down to a final few provisions that we were trying to work through. Obviously, there were things where we wanted to see Israel make tough decisions, and there were places we wanted to see Hamas make tough decisions. And we thought we had been making progress on narrowing those differences and having a proposal that would bridge the final differences between the two parties. And then in the past few weeks, Hamas just stopped engaging with the mediators, with Egypt and Qatar. So right now, which is not to say that there aren't, as I said in response to one of the other questions, not to say that Israel, if we can get back on track, doesn't have difficult decisions to make. They will have difficult decisions to make, and we will be pushing them to make those difficult decisions. But right now, and for the past few weeks, it's been Hamas being unwilling to engage in any meaningful way with the mediators that has kept us from moving towards an agreement.
But a couple of things.
Has Israel engaged in a meaningful way?
We have been engaged. We have been engaged. So
they never responded when you guys put forth that proposal for a 21-day ceasefire.
So let's keep things separate. We're talking about the ceasefire proposal in Gaza right now. They have been engaging with us on a meaningful way. I can talk about that when Saeed's done. I can come back and talk about that the proposal. We're talking about the proposal in Gaza.
Just to follow up, although Hamas did accept the proposal as was suggested by the president. On May 31, they accepted.
Just to be clear, before you go on your question, that's not accurate. It's not accurate.
They keep saying we accepted wholly.
I know they didn't. Okay. I can tell you, having looked at the text of the original proposal and looked at the text of their response, they accepted some provisions and proposed changes to others. That's not an acceptance. That is a negotiation.
Yeah, but a couple of things on this point. I mean, you mentioned that Israel has a right to go after terrorist leaders and kill them and so on. Israel has been doing this for decades. They've killed scores of Palestinian leaders, scores of Lebanese leaders and so on over the years. Has that in any way really listened to the conflict, resolved the issue, brought peace to the region, arrived at resolution of the conflict? Do you believe that what Israel is doing now is basically makes it safer?
There has been a long history of violence in the Middle East. Decades and decades of violence. And you have heard the Secretary talk about one of the things we would like to accomplish is to break that cycle of violence and ultimately reach resolutions to establish an independent Palestinian state, which of course is the absence of which fuels much of the insecurity in the region. We would like to see Israel normalize its relationships with its neighbors. But in the meantime, that does not mean that Israel should not defend itself against terrorists that are committed on killing its civilians and destroying its state. Any country would do that.
We were just listening in as the State Department gave an update after Iran's missile attack on Israel. Let's now step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now head to Washington, where the State Department spokesperson, Matthew Miller, is giving an update following Iran's missile attack on Israel.
Okay, let me ask you, just shift gears on the aid issue. ProPublica published a report saying that Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza, and there were 2 U.S. government bodies that told that to the Secretary of State, but he basically rejected it. And in fact, he told Congress that that in fact Israel was allowing aid to go. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I will, and I'm glad you asked me this question because I think there have been a lot of misperceptions about what happened that I do want to clear up. So it is not at all uncommon when the United States government is looking at difficult questions for different agencies inside the United States government to come to differing conclusions, or different bureaus and components inside an agency to come to differing conclusions. And that's what happened here. You had a number of components of the department that were making recommendations. You had other agencies inside the U.S. government outside the State Department who were providing information to the Secretary. And when the Secretary got all those recommendations, in a number of meaningful ways, that they conflicted. You had some people making one set of recommendations and other people making, if not diametrically opposed recommendations that conflicted. And so that's not an unusual thing. That happens all the time when making difficult decisions. And so what the Secretary did is what we always try to do, which is to sift through those conflicting recommendations, look at the underlying information, and make the best judgments we can. And the judgment that we ultimately made, if you read the National Security Memorandum, and I think a lot of this has been lost by people who have forgotten in the months since it was released what it said, that report was quite clear in identifying that there were a number of steps that Israel had taken or not taken that had led to the hindrance of humanitarian aid being delivered to Gaza, and that we were quite concerned about those steps. But in the meantime, they had implemented a number of additional measures that we had recommended to them to improve the delivery of humanitarian assistance. And it is looking at all of those factors together, where the situation had been and where it had gone, that led the Secretary to come to the conclusion that he made. So it is far more complicated than the kind of headline or tweet version of this situation that I know often gets written up. I will say the final thing I will say about that is this is an ongoing situation where we constantly monitor the situation, identify deficiencies, engage with the government of Israel, engage with the UN humanitarian partners in the region to try to correct those deficiencies, and then move forward. And our assessments, because we're not done making those assessments, will continue. Yeah, Tom, go. Oh, yes.
Just a specific follow-up on that. You talked about these different parts of the State Department making different recommendations. In the ProPublica story, and I guess we know about this from the NSM, but if you were going to look to parts of the U.S. government to tell you on the specific question of whether a country is blocking the delivery of humanitarian aid, wouldn't you look to USAID and PRM in this building? Aren't they exactly the two parts of the government that you would ask that question?
So I would look to them. I would also look to our experts in the region, our experts in the bureaus that cover the region, as well as other U.S. government agencies. And that's what we did. And without speaking to the recommendation of any individual component, any individual bureau or agency, because it wouldn't be appropriate for me to do that, the Secretary got conflicting recommendations and had to resolve those.
Doesn't it suggest, and isn't the Secretary's decision based on recommendations? He's taken the expert recommendation on that specific humanitarian question and considered it looking at the political and strategic other influences and made a decision. But the actual technical advice from the two agencies involved in that specifically was that they are blocking it.
So this is not a comment about the question, but it is a comment about some of the criticism that the Secretary has received. One of the things that I have found over the years in government is when there are conflicting reports, the side that had the opinion that you agreed with was the expert side, and the other side was a bunch of political hacks. And that is always the way that people interpret these. We look at it as all of these officials who made recommendations had expertise, and the Secretary valued all of their expertise equally, and ultimately took their recommendations, but also dived into the underlying facts and dived into not just looking backwards months and months and months, but what the change in the situation and the change in the delivery of humanitarian assistance when we made that assessment, and found that to be just as important as the events that had happened in the previous months. And the report's language reflected all of that. We were quite transparent about how we had seen the situation change over time.
Well, wait a second. I don't understand how you can say the Secretary valued all their expertise equally when he rejected the side that...
So you can value someone's expertise and still disagree with, I value very much your reporting, Matt. I disagree with some of the stories that you write. You can value someone...
I question that.
You can value someone's expertise and still disagree at times with their recommendations when you have conflicting information.
Wait, so there was conflicting information?
You had conflicting assessments from different bureaus inside the department.
Okay, but the assessments were based on facts on the ground, right?
They were based on...
Right?
They were...
What was happening on the ground?
So it's not just...
So unless one of these two bureaus just got it wrong and didn't, then they were giving their...
No. It is
their assessment was based on the facts.
No,
right?
It is not just an assessment of facts on the ground, but how facts changed over time, which is one of the things we laid out in the report, that if you looked at the actions by the government of Israel, and as important as actions at time inaction, things that we had recommended they do that they didn't take, we concluded that some of the actions they took and some of the inactions, things that they hadn't done, had led to a slowdown in delivery of humanitarian assistance. But we had intervened with them, and they had taken a number of meaningful steps in another direction that led us to make the assessment that we did.
To the point where now everything is just fine.
As I said, it is an ongoing assessment, and we constantly see deficiencies that we try to alleviate. The situation is nowhere close to fine. Yeah.
On the Israeli raids into Lebanon, just first of all, I mean, do you have any updates on your assessment of what's happening on the ground, if these remain limited as has been described?
So as of today, we have continued to see limited targeted raids. I won't speak to the future, but that's what we've seen as of this point.
And I think the Israelis have spoken about these going back some way in time as well, actually. Is that your understanding that they have been, you know, they were going on well before?
I think with that level of detail, I should, about a military operation, I should defer to them to speak to.
And you talked about this combination of deterrence and diplomacy. So and you're going to be consulting with the Israelis in terms of the response to Iran. Are both of those things that you're talking about important in your discussions with the Israelis now? Both deterrence and diplomacy?
Of course, they always are.
Okay. And on the point about, I just want to sort of get you to reflect on where you were at last week at the United Nations, a joint call with a number of countries urging restraint, de-escalation, a 21-day truce. Where we are now and what we've just seen happening in the region, when you reflect on sort of what has changed or what went wrong, if I can put it like that, for your own strategic position, what is the reason behind the complete difference in what you were aspiring to last week and where we're at now?
So nothing has changed in what we're aspiring to. We continue to see a ceasefire and a diplomatic resolution as the best way forward to the conflict in the north. At the same time, events that have happened over the past few weeks, like the death of Hassan Nasrallah, is the kind of event that we support, right? We want to see terrorists brought to justice. And attacks on terrorists, attacks on terrorist infrastructure to both stop them from launching these rocket attacks against Israeli civilians, and, as I said in response to Heba's question, to try to degrade what has been a destabilizing force for Lebanon and the Lebanese people. We support those actions, but long-term, ultimately, we do want to see a diplomatic resolution, and that starts with a ceasefire, and we're continuing to pursue that with Israel and our partners in the region.
You said just finally that, I think, which I don't think I've heard you say before, but you described Israel as expanding the conflict in these actions, and you also then said that doesn't, you talked about the death of Nasrallah, and perhaps we're also alluding to Hania, I don't know, but when you said that terrorists are killed, it doesn't mean we always agree with the way they do it. Is that something you'd apply to either of these cases?
It's not a comment I'm going to make with any specific, for any specific strike, because as we've gotten into a number of times, there are when it comes to those types of assessments, a number of factors we have to consider. But I think it's true when you look at any government that launches military operations, we might look at it sometimes and come to different decisions, either for tactical reasons or strategic ones. Jillian.
Op-ed in Foreign Affairs today, he writes, the Biden administration's about the Middle East. The strategy has put the U.S. in a much stronger geopolitical position today than it was 4 years ago, given what you've just laid out, all the encouragement from the U.S. towards Iran not to launch, escalatory strikes. It seems unfortunate timing.
No, I think when you look at the position that the United States was in when President Biden took office, we were on the defensive around the world. The United States had squandered alliances, partnerships, friendships. We were pulling back in our engagements in Europe, in Asia, in the Middle East. People didn't know whether they could count on the United States or not. And what the Secretary lays out in that article, which I do commend to everyone's readership, is the series of steps that we have taken around the world to rebuild those alliances and partnerships, to confront powers who have a different vision of the world than we do. And I'll also note that one of the things the Secretary always hears in his travels through the Middle East, and I've witnessed this firsthand, is countries in the region welcoming U.S. engagement, wanting to see continued U.S. engagement, and oftentimes saying you are the only country that can play this diplomatic role. There's no other country in the region or the world that can play a role in trying to de-escalate this conflict, and so they want us to stay at it, and we'll continue to stay at it.
So then why wasn't the U.S., the Biden administration, able to dissuade Iran from launching today's attack?
Look, I think Iran has has funded terrorist groups, has launched attacks on interests in the region going back decades. If you look at what happened in under the previous administration's watch, Iran launched missile attacks directly at U.S. soldiers that led to traumatic brain injuries for more than 100 U.S. soldiers. So Iran has been a destabilizing force going back years, including during the previous administration. What we will do is continue to hold them accountable. Let me take one more, and then I'm going to wrap for today.
Question about the partners that you don't want to name. Last time you did talk about coalition of countries you put together, the UK, the Gulf countries, Jordan. The fact that we are not hearing about the same coalition, is it because of the lack of timing to get all the ducks in a row?
I just don't want to say any more about the partners that we engage, other than they should speak for themselves.
Could you could you say whether it's larger or smaller or the same size?
I just can't speak to it all.
I also have a hard time understanding your definition of what's happening today. You said that Iran is defending the terrorist organization by attacking another country with ballistic missiles without any warning. If this is not an act of war, then what is it?
So let me just go back to what I said today, which is Israel, with help from the United States and partners, was able to defeat this attack, and we're going to consult with them on the days forward. Let me go to Nike. I said that'd be last, but Nike, one more, and then I have some closing comments.
Thank you. So on Afghanistan, quickly, we saw the statement regarding Tom West's transition from the special representative for Afghanistan to Office on Sanctions Coordination. What does this mean for U.S. policy toward Afghanistan? Is Afghanistan a U.S. foreign policy priority?
Of course it is, and we will continue to stay engaged on Afghanistan. It remains an enduring priority. The work will now be led within the State Department by the Chief of Mission of the U.S. Mission to Afghanistan, Karen Decker, Special Envoy Amiri, and Ambassador John Mark Pomashai. And then if you'll bear with me for one moment, because there were comments that I wanted to make at the top that I wasn't able to have a little bit of an announcement. We are pleased to announce that as of today, the daily press briefings at the Department of State will include American Sign Language interpretation. This is in addition to the live captioning we provide online. The team of daily press briefing interpreters includes certified deaf interpreters, ensuring more accurate, nuanced interpretation for the deaf and hard of hearing community. The interpretation reflects our commitment to deaf and hard of hearing inclusion and our overall values, that everyone has equitable access to the information they need. Many offices at the department worked over a significant period of time to make this important step a reality. Today's action underscores the department's commitment to inclusion and our acknowledgement that all individuals are integral to the fabric of our country and our workforce. And with that, we'll wrap for today. Thanks a lot.
We were just listening in as the State Department gave an update after Iran's missile attack on Israel. Let's now step away for a 2-minute break.
significant escalation just a few days, less than a week until this October 7th attack. And I do want to put up just some of this images from earlier on here out of Israel as we were watching it unfold live, raw and unfiltered. As you see, some of these rockets light up the night sky over Israel, the Iron Dome doing their job. Also, the U.S. Navy helping to defend Israel there in the Middle East, but certainly a growing escalation. Let's bring into the conversation right now VP of the Foundation of Defense of Democracies, Jonathan Shanzer. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us as we're watching this unfold, a significant escalation. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, saying that there will be consequences. What could those look like, and what do we make of what happened earlier today?
Well, I think, first of all, this was inevitable, unfortunately. I mean, I think, we have to understand here that the Iranians were the people who trained Hamas. They were the people that essentially funded and organized the October 7th attacks. They are the primary patrons of Hezbollah, and that's a group that's been firing rockets, 8,000 of them, at Israel over the last 11 and a half, almost 12 months. We saw a direct altercation between Israel and Iran back in April. Iran back then fired some 400 missiles, drones, and rockets into Israel. The majority were intercepted. And nothing has forced the Iranians to back down. Every time Israel has tried to defend itself, what we've actually seen is an administration that has called for greater restraint. The Israelis have tried to abide by that, and I think maybe it was a few weeks ago, they realized that they just simply couldn't do it anymore. And then we began to see some of these remarkable operations take place where the Israelis utilized that pager, that beeper operation that ended up killing and injuring a number of Hezbollah operatives. After that, we saw a number of targeted killings of senior Hezbollah leaders. That was, of course, followed by the strike on Friday that took out Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah. The Israelis have been on a counteroffensive unlike anything I've seen. After 11 plus months of showing that restraint, they unleashed. And now the Iranians are saying that it was their turn to respond. Of course, what the Israelis were doing were hitting Iran's proxies, not Iran itself. But nevertheless, that's their justification. So they fired off these 181 ballistic missiles today, the majority of which did not hit their intended targets. A few apparently did get through, but not a lot of damage was done in Israel, thankfully. So now I think we have a couple of things that we should expect. One, the Israelis are going to respond. And the last time around, after the 400 different missiles and drones, the Israelis responded by hitting one radar installation. This was a radar installation in the area where some of Iran's most sophisticated and sensitive nuclear sites are located. And the Israelis took that out, and it was kind of a sign to the Iranians, like, hey, we can do this, and we can get around your missile defense, so don't test us again. The Israelis didn't take credit for it. It was all done very quietly. And this was at the behest of the Biden administration. I think from what I'm hearing right now out of Israel, that will not happen again. The Israelis will strike back. I think there will be a wide array of targets. I think the Israelis will take responsibility. But I think the interesting thing right now is some of the messaging coming out of Washington that might, and I need to underscore might, indicate an American response. And there, I think we could see the decision, for example, for the U.S. and Israel to jointly strike nuclear facilities that have been concerning both countries and a lot of Western countries in Europe and elsewhere. We've all been worried about that Iranian nuclear program. Maybe this is the moment, finally, where the West and Israel take matters into their own hands, because I do think that, unfortunately, diplomacy has run its course. The Iranian regime really does look unhinged with this proxy war they've been fighting. They've set the Middle East on fire for a year now. Someone needs to bring this to an end.
Yeah, almost inevitable that would happen. I want to get into that in a little bit, but you also posted this on social media saying the Israelis bound to strike the Middle East tonight. Quite a declaration. And like you mentioned, they just attacked that one radar installation last time around, and it did take almost a week until that happens. What do we expect, and what could a response, maybe the U.S. involved, you said it would be a big might, but what would a response from Israel look like, and what could it look like tonight?
Yeah, I mean, look, first, I think you need to understand the Israelis, as of, I guess, about maybe an hour and a half ago, their war cabinet was meeting. It's been described by some in Israel as maybe the most consequential war cabinet meeting that's taken place in decades there as they think about how they want to respond to the Iranians. But I think in terms of targets, I mean, first of all, we need to acknowledge that what the Israelis have been doing over the last, let's say, 5 or 6 days, they have destroyed something like 70% of Hezbollah's top leaders. They've taken out a lot of their significant capabilities, their most dangerous weapons. They are, they are really doing a body of work that I didn't even think that they were capable of. Incredible intelligence, incredible precision, and the pace has been dizzying. And I think we can probably expect more of that, right? Targeting Hezbollah, but also don't forget, the Israelis targeted the Houthis in Yemen. They've been targeting Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, all the while they continue to hit Hamas in Gaza. They're attacking Iran's proxies on 6 fronts, and it looks like they're about to open up a 7th, targeting inside Iran itself. I would guess that they will be looking at nuclear targets. I don't know what kinds of capabilities they have to get deep underground, but I think that needs to be at least part of the menu that they're looking at. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, these are the sort of top forces that are the most loyal to the regime. I'm sure there are targets right now that the Israelis are looking at. They would probably love to take out some of their top leaders, maybe some of their missile silos, their underground facilities that are housing some of those long-distance ballistic missiles that hit Israel tonight. From there, I think it's an interesting question. I don't know where the Israelis are on this, but for the longest time, they insisted that they would never target the legitimate leader of another country. But I think that as we're watching the Iranians continue to vow that they seek the destruction of the state of Israel and nothing less than that, and they've started to match words with deeds, I think there's probably some within that Israeli war cabinet that are wondering whether it's time to try to decapitate some of those senior leaders.
Very, very interesting there. Very interesting comments about what it could look like. And you mentioned the nuclear program that Iran continues to build, and I think the world is watching that very, very closely. When you say that they could potentially go after some of these, would the U.S. have to be involved if they decide to kind of try to limit them in their capabilities for a nuclear weapon, or would Israel be able to do it on its own in that regard?
It's a good question, and I think a lot of it has to do with the I guess the leanings of the president, the commander-in-chief, and maybe with some of the advice that he would get from Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense over there at the Pentagon. It might be that the U.S. says, look, we're not going to carry out offensive strikes against Iran, but rather provide defensive cover to the Israelis. So that might mean taking out specific assets on the ground. That might be the kind of thing that they do. In other words, neutralize some of Iran's capabilities if they were trying to attack Israel, giving the Israelis that wide cover to be able to do what they need to do.
All right, that is very, very interesting. And of course, we're looking kind of into the future to predict or foresee what could come. Let's go back in time, though, because this was double. That's what the Pentagon saying, the amount of rockets, ballistic missiles fired toward Israel. You mentioned a few did get through. In terms of the attack in April and the attack that we saw this morning, are there any other similarities that you can point out?
Well, the numbers were about half, but it was apparently all ballistic missiles, no drones, as I think you mentioned at the top of our chat here. And I think that's interesting. They apparently what they did is they learned from the ballistic missile strikes that they launched last time. They figured out what got through and what didn't. I think they've been trying to perfect their craft, if you will. And that's an interesting development in and of itself. What did get through, I think the Israelis are not going to be honest, at least for a time, about what got through and where. They don't want to give the Iranians the ability to learn again. And so what we hear right now in the Israeli press is don't report, don't show what got through, because that will help the Iranians perhaps in future rounds of strikes, which I fully expect will come if the Israelis do what we expect them to do tonight or tomorrow or over perhaps the next week, when they fire back at Iran and they claim credit and they escalate further. And I do think that is an inevitable I mean, it's an inevitability right now that the Israelis are going to fight back. When that happens, the Iranians will likely want to fire more of those ballistic missiles, and the Israelis don't want to give them any hints or clues as to what works and what doesn't.
I remember some of the questions during the State Department briefing were about that because, like you mentioned, they potentially, Iran did learn from the first attack in April to what happened today. Do you think today was another learning experience for them? Do you think it was not necessarily to intend to harm Israel, but to learn for a future attack? Is that a possibility?
You got to remember, every time we see any kind of hostilities like this with foes that have not had regular battles with one another, they are learning in real time. So Iran is learning, and they're seeing what gets through. They're looking at how Israel's missile defense is activated. The Israelis are learning. They're looking at the trajectories, and they're looking at the launch sites. They're looking at whether these missiles are solid fuel or liquid fuel. I mean, they're learning a lot about what's being shared right now. And then there's the U.S., which has eyes on all of this. And I think, obviously we've got a technologically advanced military. It's, they are learning in real time as well. And I think, obviously, they took part in shooting down some of these missiles, as did some of the other allies in the region. We're hearing Saudi Arabia, Jordan. I didn't hear anything about the Brits out of Larnaca tonight in Cyprus, but that may have also been part of it as well as what happened in April. But I'm sure that the Pentagon right now is studying these launches. They're trying to figure out where maybe some of those weaknesses are again, because if we see a coordinated U.S.-Israeli response, and that is still not a certainty, but if it is coordinated, I'm sure that learning what happened just now, a few hours ago, will bring something to the table when it comes to U.S. response.
Yeah, we'll see how they are involved, and like you mentioned, maybe the menu of what the response could look like. And you mentioned some of the other players involved in that region. Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News, talking about the U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean engaged some of the incoming ballistic missiles headed for Israel. That's according to officials. And a lot is different from April to now, and that also includes the U.S. forces in the region. How did that play a factor today, if at all?
It was not a factor, and that was actually surprising because I believe that right now there's a greater force posture on the part of the United States than there was back in April. I think it's something like almost double what was back then.
Correct.
And so that should have been the thing that would have deterred the Iranians. It should have been the thing that maybe forced them to pause. And, I think that may have something to do with the posture of the United States right now, saying that, at least indicating the possibility of direct U.S. involvement, because the U.S. is trying to enforce its own authority right now in the region. They warned the Iranians not to do this. The Iranians did it anyway. I think the message here will be that actions have consequences. It's not necessarily about defending Israel, but rather, I think, really about enforcing the U.S.-led order in the Middle East. Because right now, the Saudis are watching, the Emiratis are watching, the Kuwaitis, the Jordanians, all of our allies in the region are wondering, what good is it if the United States says don't, and our words ring hollow with our enemies and adversaries, if we don't begin to show that we've got a little bit more skin in the game, we may lose some of those alliances. And that's not something that I think the United States is willing to countenance.
Yeah, and they keep reiterating it during the Pentagon briefing, talking about de-escalation. That's what they're urging in the region. But if the U.S. potentially does get involved, then that is a very big if in the response. What changes? What does this dynamic do to the conflict, the tensions in that region?
Look, I think the Iranians, on some level, are probably just begging for that moment, because what it means is that the U.S. has gone in, at least optically, on behalf of Israel, and that any losses that Israel might sustain can be tracked back to the Israelis. It may inject further tension in the U.S.-Israel relationship. I think the Arab world, however, would probably be very welcoming of this. I think they want to see America finally bring down their arch enemy, the Iranians. You have to remember, it's not just that they've been terrorizing the Israelis over these 30 plus years, but they've been terrorizing the Arab world, the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, etc. The entire region has suffered as a result of this revolutionary regime. And so I think the dynamic across the rest of the Middle East would be one of relief. I think the Israelis, I'm sure, probably would feel relief too, but maybe understand that there are consequences of the United States getting involved. I should note parenthetically that the Israelis continue to say that they want to do this by themselves. They don't want a drop of American blood spilled. This has been their insistence from the get-go since 10/7, if not for decades before that. And so I think you're not going to see the Israelis ask. If the United States says, we volunteer, we want to do this, I think the Israelis will obviously not say no. But I think they're very aware of the optics here. It's a delicate moment.
Yeah, all these hypotheticals on the precipice of a larger regional conflict. And I do want to ask you, because off the top I mentioned it, we're less than a week until October the 7th, the initial attack there by Hamas on Israel, a very difficult day in that region. In the timing of this, is there anything to it in your mind? And as we approach that day, October the 7th, a year later, the one-year anniversary, does anything feel different in that region?
Look, I would say that if you ask me, just at watching the events over the weekend, it was a stunning reversal of momentum in this region. The Israelis, it looked like they were on their back foot after 10/7. Obviously, an intelligence collapse militarily. They really didn't look like they had their act together. It took a long time to get through, the various brigades that Hamas had in Gaza. Some of that was actually stymied, that progress was stymied by the United States and political considerations, forcing the Israelis to slow their progress. But what we watched over the weekend was just Israel cutting through these proxies like a buzzsaw. I've never seen anything like it. The rapid fashion, the intense pace of these strikes, it was remarkable to watch. And so now I think, Iran is trying to stymie that momentum by firing back at the Israelis and trying to hit targets inside Israel. And apparently they were not successful, but they were trying to reverse some of that reversal of momentum, if you will. And so I would say that was the significance here. I think the Iranians kicking off a war right before the Jewish New Year in Israel, I think may have... I think there may have been an attempt to kind of deflate the Israeli population because that's usually a holiday. It's a time of family and celebration. But what I'm watching right now also out of Israel is nothing short of total defiance from the population. The people right now are bruising for a fight. They're ready. After a year, what I hear across the board is, let's do this already. We're ready to drop the gloves. That's an interesting development too. So I think when Iran maybe takes stock of what happened today, I think they're probably going to say to themselves, okay, we didn't reverse that momentum. We didn't get through to the Israelis. We didn't bomb what we had hoped to bomb. Maybe if a couple got through, that's a victory, but not a big one, sort of a Pyrrhic victory at that. And now look at what we've done. We have poked the hornet's nest, and now the Israelis are having that meeting in the pit, as they call it, underground in Israel's Ministry of Defense, making plans for how they're going to make life miserable for the Iranian regime. So quite a lot of drama right now in the Middle East, and I think it's probably just getting started.
Yeah, we're just on the beginning of it. The complexion of this conflict getting very more interesting and changing by the day, especially after the attack early this morning. All right, Jonathan Schanzer, thank you again. I appreciate your time, your insight, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. meantime, let's bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall. He joins me in the LiveNOW newsroom with a little bit of a preview of what you will be discussing. And I'm going to preempt you here. I'm going to remind our viewers, Austin, the sun is now coming up there in the Middle East, and we know what transpired in Israel today at the hands of Iran. This was a key focal point in the debate right off the top, was it not, Austin?
This is the first question that was asked, Andrew. The debate began with a question about Iran striking Israel directly today. This was the major focus of the day up until the debate started. We're going to be discussing that with national security analyst Hal Kempfer in a moment here. We're also going to be having a panel discussion with political analyst Rich Rubino and Politico's Melanie Mason. That's going to be coming up later on next hour. But as I said, we are going to be speaking with national security analyst Hal Kempfer in a moment here. While we tee Hal up, I want to play out a clip of the very first question that was asked at the debate. It had to do with the Middle East. Let's watch.
October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Okay, I'm Austin Westfall. I'm in the desk now. We are joined by national security analyst and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. First off, before we get into the nitty-gritty of his response there and some of the language that was used throughout this debate, what do you make of that first question? Preemptive strike. Does that make sense to you?
I thought it was rather interesting, Austin. It's like, should Israel launch a preemptive strike? And I've spent pretty much the day looking at not so much preemption as responding to a strike that was already happened, which is, Iran sent over 180 missiles, ballistic missiles into Israel. The question is not anything preemptive. The question right now is, what should Israel's response be? Now, with that said, there is a question about preemptive strikes. Israel uses preemptive strikes as a policy tool. They've done it for a very long time. You can go back to the 67 war. and that was a preemptive strike. So it is something that Israel's done. Of the two things, I didn't really find with Governor Walz a very clear answer to that. He did recite October 7th. He talked about some of the issues there a little bit. You know, he's on a debate stage, 70 million viewers, a lot of pressure. So he did kind of, mistake Israel and Iran in some of his answers. So I'm not going to.
He said that he referred to as Israel's proxies, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not going to gig him on that. I'm just to say, hey, look, it's a first question, big debate. You're allowed to make you're allowed to misspeak, and certainly misspeaking was an issue that came up numerous times in the debate. So I won't get into that so much. But what I will say is I thought that when it went over to Senator Vance, and he kind of fell back on Israel's right to self-defense, I thought it was a little bit clearer. Although he didn't, obviously neither of them. If you listen to it, they spent a lot of time talking about a lot of things that were separate from that question. And certainly Senator Vance used most of that time slot to actually talk about his background and what he did. One thing I will say though is that if you've served over in Iraq or served over in the Persian Gulf area, you don't confuse Israel and Iraq. That's very clear. And I was not surprised that he didn't confuse them at all, because that was certainly an issue. When he was over there, that was a big issue, was dealing with Iranian threats, Iranian proxies. So he'd be very well aware of that. Although, I'm not going to gig Governor Walz on that. He just, he was trying to answer the question. And I was glad that he went back and talked about October 7th, because that's where this thing really began.
So, Hal, I got to ask you, this is a live image of Beirut, by the way. This is not an uncommon image we've been seeing over these past few days. This is smoke you're seeing from some sort of strike. The IDF has been active in the region over the past few days. As I mentioned, the debate began with that question about conflict in the Middle East after a day of Iranian strikes on Israel. Vance raised a frequent Republican claim that the Biden administration provided Iran with money for attacks by unfreezing Iranian funds. Is that how it went down, Hal?
It's a simplified explanation of what happened. There's a couple of things. There's about $16 billion that are clearly delineated. The most of that, the $10 billion, was that there was a basically frozen funds that Iraq could use to buy electricity generated in Iran. And so that was something that was allowed to happen. Now, I don't know if on the debate stage that got transposed to being, with an extra decimal point or something. But what I will say is with that, and I'm going to have to go back and see if there's something else that they came up to get that $100 billion number. During the Obama administration, when they had an agreement in place, there was about $150 billion that went to Iran after that, as part of the as setting into the joint agreement, if you will. Basically, they unfroze a lot of bank accounts, other things, assets, stuff like that went back to Iran. And of course, the criticism was that Iran took that money, and some of that money was paying for terrorism and buying weapons and paying for weapons programs. And frankly, probably some of it was. That would be very logical that they would do that. There is a lot of money that's gone over there. I don't think it's not a transfer. When it's simplified on the campaign trail, it sounds like there was a check or it almost alludes to a large briefcase with $100 billion in cash that got passed over to the Iranians. It's not quite that clear, but there's a lot of things in terms of frozen assets, frozen funds, permissions to do things, permissions to engage in certain trade that they weren't allowed to do under the previous sanctions. When you start adding that all up, that's where that's where you probably got that $100 billion figure from.
Okay, Hal, another big story here, and I want to pull up this tweet from the former Prime Minister of Israel. He posted a lengthy statement on Twitter. I'll read part of it. We will get back into our debate coverage, but I got to ask you, because this was a major story of the day. He says, Israel has now its greatest opportunity in 50 years to change the face of the Middle East. The leadership of Iran, which used to be good at chess, made a terrible mistake this evening. We must act now to destroy Iran's nuclear program, its central energy facilities, and to fatally cripple this terrorist regime. So how? This is the big question now. How will Israel respond? Does targeting the nuclear program make sense at this point?
Austin, it's fascinating that you point to this, because I've seen this same general statement said by others in Israel, who said it, not those who are tied to the Netanyahu administration or his coalition by any means, but they're looking at this and they use the term opportunity. And you would think they just got hit with 180 ballistic missiles. How is that an opportunity? It does make your kind of scratch your head. What it is they're going to respond, and when they were, and certainly reference to chess, is that this was a really dumb move by Iran by acting out in such a way, by acting out in such a visceral response, launching all these missiles at these population centers, along with military facilities and things like that in Israel. That what they've done is they've basically, certainly under international law, Israel has a right to defend itself. Now Israel has to figure out what is the best way to do that. They have, the IDF, Israel has been wargaming what to do, trying to figure this out for some time. What would be the best response to an Iranian attack? This is not something new that they're going to go back and just come up with. They've got courses of action already in place, and they're basically going to pick one. Now, what could it be? The nuclear facilities, the nuclear program has come up a lot. It's a tough target. It's very deep. It's very difficult to get to. The Iranians know that's a tough target. They also have ballistic missiles that are down in tunnels. They have a very extensive tunnel capability. They helped Hezbollah with its tunneling capability. And Hezbollah helped Hamas with their tunneling capability. So building stuff underground is something that you find is established tradecraft. It's another way of saying it's tough to attack from the air. So they're going to try and figure this out. I would not rule out a very ambitious raid involving boots on the ground. They just did that up in Syria. Special operations force went in there and took out a facility that builds ballistic missiles in Syria. So there's a lot of things out there, but they mentioned energy facilities. And of course, you just saw that in Yemen, they attacked the port and took out a lot of the infrastructure around the port where they would receive, where they'd be able to move sorts of things that keeps the regime going. So they're going to be looking at that. And of course, they'll also be looking at potential leadership targets. They could also look at centers of government. There's a lot of targets that they're looking at, and in that regard, it is an opportunity.
I got to ask you, Hal, because Iran launched another direct attack back in April, but few of its projectiles back then reached their targets. Many were shot down by a U.S.-led coalition, while others apparently failed at launch or crashed in flight back in April. So that would make this Iran's second ineffective direct attack on Israel. How did this scenario play out last time? How did Israel respond last time, yet avoid a bigger escalation in the process? How'd they get that done?
They did a very limited response. If you recall, they did a very limited response. They did a bombing attack, but it was at one of the most secure facilities in Iran. It was tied to the nuclear, it was adjacent to the nuclear program, a facility that Iran should have felt confident that Israel could never get to, that they could never touch. And they did it in such a way that the Iranians were very concerned, as they should have been, which is, how did they do it? How can they get here? Now that was rather restrained a response, but it was a restrained response that was meant to make a big statement to Iran as to how vulnerable they are. Now Iran has done this. Now I heard some of the foreign media today referring to this as an unprecedented attack. Well, it's, as you just referenced, it's quite precedented. They did something even bigger back in April. But I would be surprised if Israel is going to be as restrained this time. I think the chance for a nuanced statement was last April. This one, they're going to make it absolutely clear what's going on. And I think they're going to look at causing some serious damage to the Iranian regime, particularly something. I would not be surprised if they put some focus on the Revolutionary Guard Corps, because my understanding is most of the missiles were Revolutionary Guard Corps missiles, if not all of them.
And I'll return to this live image. I'll just remind the viewers who may just be tuning in that these are live images of Beirut, where we've been seeing IDF forces carrying out airstrikes for the past 2 or 3 days now. And these military operations, they are happening in real time. It is the early morning hours in the Middle East. We are going to ask about the U.S.'s role in what happened today, Hal. My understanding is that the U.S. helped defend against some of these missiles. What exact role did the U.S. play in what happened today?
Well, the U.S. role was in intercepting ballistic missiles coming to Israel. We have naval combatants that are in the Mediterranean, naval combatants in the Persian Gulf, and that was their role, was to intercept these ballistic missiles, to provide an additional layer of air defense beyond the Iron Dome that that Israel has, to try and interdict these missiles. And in that regard, my understanding is that the U.S. Navy was very effective in stopping a number of missiles. Although, as we saw, they didn't stop all of them. I mean, a lot of missiles got in, but that's what the Iron Dome is for. But the Navy did provide a defensive role to stop this Iranian attack on Israel. And so that's a big part of what they do. I should mention, though, that this coincides with the announcement of more troops going over there. And I have no doubt that there will be more air defense capabilities that are going into the region. Along with that is right now, if I was sitting in Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, I would be very concerned about how things are going. And I imagine we're going to be bolstering up our force protection capabilities, not just in Iraq, but throughout the entire region.
We're looking at footage from earlier today when this strike was actually taking place, some of those missiles being intercepted, some of them appearing to make contact with the ground. Of course, we understand now that no Israelis died as a result. I think we heard of one Palestinian casualty in Jericho, which is a community in the West Bank. Is it possible, Hal, that Iran learned anything about the Iron Dome from this attack and the attack in April?
I would have thought so, but I guess they didn't learn that much, because they did the same thing again, and they didn't have a whole lot of success. Although I will say that, when you interdict a ballistic missile coming in with a large warhead, you can knock it off course. Doesn't necessarily mean that missile's not going to land someplace. And so, whereas the missiles clearly did not go where they were intended to go, there were a lot of large explosions, detonations on the ground. I saw a video today of a pretty large crater right next to a major highway where vehicles have been traveling back and forth. It was very fortunate that no one was killed. With this many missiles coming over, even if you knock them off course, they can still land on something and cause casualties. We learned that in Desert Storm, where one of our Patriot systems took a Iraqi Scud missile, knocked it off course, and all it did was it knocked it off course of where it was going, and it landed on one of the barracks where we had U.S. Army troops and caused a tremendous amount of casualties. So you did see detonations. That was no illusion. Those were warheads going off when they hit the ground. Fortunately, and certainly Israel had been prepared for this for some time, they told everybody get in the shelters, and I think that sort of anticipatory response, if you will, probably saved lives and prevented casualties.
Al, we'll leave it at that for now. We're going to be continuing on with our debate coverage. Thanks for joining us. Have a good rest of your night.
All right, Andrew Kraft back here in the anchor chair. We do thank, obviously, CBS, Vance, and Walz there. You were watching the simulcast here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue and begin our post-debate coverage and analysis. Thanks so much for being with us here. We have a lot to get into. They covered a lot of topics there. And in the meantime, we do have some of these images inside there. There in the spin room in New York City. So in the meantime, we do want to bring into the conversation right now some of our friends, reporters who have helped us make sense of all of this throughout the entire year here. We're going to do that with our friend there at 24 Site. That's Tom Lobianco. He joins me. Tom, good to see you here. Let's just get this out of the way because this was something that was a common theme throughout, something I noticed, a lot of people noticed. You might have forgotten what civility in political debate and political discourse looked like. Yes. You saw it out there on that debate stage. Maybe it was because both these candidates are from the Midwest. We saw Midwest nice. They were unfailingly polite towards each other, extremely civil, and they covered a lot of ground here, but almost, several times, I lost track, I lost count. They both said to each other countless times that they agreed with what the other was saying here. It's something you don't see a lot in our politics. Will that be the theme tonight or not?
Well, absolutely. I think so. I mean, in a lot of ways, they talked a lot more about policy than we saw in the actual presidential debate because the dynamics were so different. I mean, look, from the outset, they went over and they shook hands naturally and no issues. And they did, very nice and normal. Now, obviously, the points that they were making and what they were talking about and the substance of this is very different. But overall, the tone, and you could see this. I was thinking about this. I was talking about this with sources over on the live stream at the 24 Site News, the live stream on Substack with Patrick Finkston and a number of our viewers while the debate was going on. How you could see these calculations going in the moment. We're talking extensively about how, look, J.D. Vance was clearly playing to the camera. He was playing very well to the audience. And you could see him trying to figure out, okay, how do I navigate this? Supporting Donald Trump. But you really do see, and we've talked about this before on here, you see the tone of the nation. The general electorate is really over a lot of the bombast and the combat. People are just sick of it. So it's very interesting for, relatively speaking, for an undercard. It almost seemed more like the top of the ticket, or what it should be at least.
So, Tom, you were also hearing that, to your point. I saw it on social media that it seemed like this was its own ticket in and of itself because they were in agreement, seemingly, on so many different topics. Of course, they diverged almost kind of habitually here on so many of these different issues. Let's talk about style. Let's talk about personality here. And the question always goes, who won the debate? But I want to ask you, what did you notice? It seemed like at the get-go, right off the top, Walz was nervous, and there were a few gaffes we can get into that Walz made here. Inadvertently, gaffes are inadvertent. They're not purposeful. But did J.D. Vance seem to you to have more command? Was he more comfortable making the case?
Well, yes, stylistically, Vance was more at ease. And you could tell he was more polished. And again, we have talked about this before on here. The Democratic ticket, Harris and Walz, should do more interviews. Now, we should note that Harris has agreed to do a sit down with 60 Minutes. Trump is not going to do that sit down, and Harris herself has been doing more interviews. But, you can't help but think that Walz would not have been that stiff at the outset had he been doing more interviews going into this. Now, look, that's on the style. On the substance, you could see these moments where Vance, who is a lot younger, more inexperienced than Walz, who spent a dozen years in Congress, 2 terms as a governor, had a better policy, a deeper understanding of the policies, and less of an incentive to just flatly misstate things, frankly. But in terms of the style, it took a long time for Walz really to show up to the debate. Vance was very smooth. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with the media accessibility.
So, Tom, we do have some of these highlights, clips that we want to get to as well here because, the rules were agreed to by the campaigns, but they weren't necessarily reported on before the debate went off here. So we were going to bring our viewers what those rules were, what the campaigns had agreed to. So there was some crosstalk. Yes, the mics were muted, but we did have at least more of an exchange between Vance and Walz than we had between Biden and Trump, than we had between Harris and Trump here. But there was a moment where they had to cut the mics off. Let's watch.
We fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Governor, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Okay, so that was it, Tom, there. You saw the mic get cut. Tom, we want your reaction, but we got people in the spin room. Sit tight, Tom. We do have New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik there, one of Vance's surrogates, of course. Let's listen.
Overwhelming win, and I think you're going to see that with the response from the American people.
They do not stand with American women, and it is putting women at risk. There are women dying across our country. Governor Walz mentioned one of them in Georgia, who has died because Donald Trump took away the right of a woman to make this decision between her and her doctor.
Senator, was the governor's answer on China good enough in your mind?
Which part?
About whether he was actually there in 1989.
So you're talking about, I think the question is, was it June or August or July in 1989?
The report from CNN and others multiple times misrepresented.
So you're talking about a month 35 years ago? So it was 35 years ago, and it's like, which month was he there? I don't think the American people care about that.
Senator, who won this debate?
Well, Tim Walz, because he has a vision, and he articulated that vision in plain spoken language, compared to JD, who is a Yale-trained, microphone for Donald Trump, who talked to, I think he was somewhat transparent about some of the things that are in Project 2025, on the issue of abortion. It's clear that they're not, Donald Trump and JD Vance are not sticking up for American women and their health, and literally, their lives are at risk. We've seen a woman in Georgia die because Donald Trump broke Roe v. Wade. He claimed that himself. He put in Supreme Court justices with a specific plan to take this fundamental right away from women. And I think it was pretty obvious in the debate tonight, who is going to stand with American women and who doesn't really care about their health care.
Senator, can you talk to me about preparations in Maricopa County? A lot of focus.
Okay, so a few surrogates there for some of the campaigns. You just saw there Elise Stefanik for the Republicans, for Vance and Trump. And then you saw Mark Kelly there as well for Harris Walz. Looks like that's Republican Senator there from Alabama, Katie Britt. Let's just listen a little bit more to what she has to say.
That the Republican Party needs to regain the trust of Americans when it comes to abortion. What does that look like?
Look, I think JD did an excellent job. I mean, he was his authentic self, and he talked directly to the issues. And I think he knows, we need to go out there and talk about what we want to do for mothers, what we want to do for children, how we want to support people who are pregnant and who want to bring their child into this world. And so I think you heard him talk about that in a number of ways there. I think you also heard him mention that when he talked about childcare and talked about the need for that, understanding that, talking to people, listening, and then actually acting on what we hear. So I was very pleased. I think it was the best debate performance probably in modern American history. I think he showed why and reminded people what it was like when Donald Trump was in office and gave them hope about what the future could be like again. Because at the end of the day, truly, whether it is my friends or constituents or others, we know the dollar doesn't go as far. The border is being overrun. You're feeling the effects of that, from fentanyl to just tragedy within communities, and then the chaos that's happening abroad. I mean, here we stand here at a moment where Israel is fighting for her very existence, and it's a stark contrast to remember what life was like when Donald Trump was in office, knowing that he actually achieved peace through strength. And I think JD did a great job of opening with that as well on that very first question. We have the Abraham Accords. Putin didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was in office. All of the different things that go along with just tamping down the global chaos, reminding people that Donald Trump had done that. I thought he was outstanding. Thank you so much.
All right, Senator Katie Britt there. Of course, Senator Vance's colleague in the upper chamber as well. Andrew Kraft back here. We're in a new hour, 8 o'clock here on the West Coast, 11 o'clock there in New York. We have another panelist joining us. Of course, our friend there at the Associated Press, Meg Kennard, along with Tom LoBianco at 24 Sight. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Meg, I got to get you in on this. You've been following, obviously, the debate. You watched it there. What were your overall takeaways? I know that question's always asked, who won the debate? I don't want to ask that right now, but what were your overall takeaways here? Mine were, Tom's were, this was a civil affair. This was very polite, Midwest polite. I know Midwest polite. I'm from Michigan, and it was on the debate stage for more than 90 minutes.
Yeah, there were a few exceptions to that. Clearly, we saw some contentious moments, but overall, I think your take is spot on. There was a lot more collegiality display on that stage tonight than certainly we've seen in either of these two presidential debates, and maybe more than what we had been anticipating would happen tonight. You know, the VP picks are usually the ones that are considered the fighters, the bulldogs, the attack dogs, the ones who really take on those issues that the candidates at the top of the ticket may not be so ferocious about in terms of going after their opponents. And so with the pugilistic styles that are kind of characterized and thinking about candidates that way, and knowing these candidates, you know, as we do, I mean, they both have been willing to kind of just have no holes barred on the campaign trail and on the stump. And so we figured we'd see that on stage tonight. We did on a couple of different topics, particularly there at the end, talking about democracy and January 6th and transfers of power. But there were a lot of more exchanges between these two of, you know, Senator Vance calling Governor Walz Tim, like every time he talked about him. That's just a level of familiarity, but also kind of a friendliness that I hadn't been anticipating. Again, it's just one event. It's a debate. There were other moments that were more contentious, but yeah, I think your take is spot on. It was a lot more collegial and friendly than I think we had been feeling like we were going to be seeing tonight.
Yeah, so we're watching right now. Looks like the senator is appearing on the Fox News channel with host Sean Hannity there in the spin room, and you see the backs of their heads there. So I wanted to make sure we are showing all of these live pictures there in and around the spin room. In the meantime, you know, Tom, wanted to ask you this. I was expecting more from the candidates themselves on their previous statements on whatever, and on their biographies, you know, the moderators pinning them down more on some of those questions. It was almost 90 plus minutes, barring, you know, here or there a question or two. It was almost 90 plus minutes of them acting as stewards of either Trump or Harris, whoever is at the top of the ticket. Was that to be expected from your vantage point? And this, you know, moniker you're here every time a vice presidential debate happens each and every 4 years for the running mate to do no harm, the do no harm principle. Was there harm done by Vance or Walz?
No, yeah, I don't think it's not going to move any numbers on the ticket. You know, certainly, look, if the top of the ticket didn't move any numbers, I don't think the undercard's going to move any numbers coming out of this. You know, they're two very different dynamics. Vance has a political future in this Republican Party, this iteration of the Republican Party, and you can see that the way that he kind of played to the camera very often. Walz took a long time to warm up. He was very stiff at the beginning. And he did spend a lot of time attacking Trump, carrying the water for Harris. But, you know, really for both of them, you know, Vance came across more of this culture warrior, like the podcast culture warrior, the protege of Peter Thiel. And Tim Walz just sounded like a governor. You know, I feel like every other answer was talking about his experience as the governor of Minnesota.
Right.
It's like everything. It was really funny.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted just to play one of these exchanges of Walz really being put to the test, being forced to answer some of these discrepancies in his biography. This was about a trip he made in the 80s to China. Let's listen.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people. working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends.
Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, waking up bright and early with you on this Wednesday morning. It is October 2nd, and as we come on the air, we are following breaking news as it relates to the conflict in the Middle East. Right now, I want to give you a live look here at 4:58 on the East Coast out in Beirut, Lebanon. I can tell you from both sides, airstrikes have been nonstop since overnight, and we want to provide some perspective for this. Alarming new developments this morning from the Middle East as the situation there continues to get worse. Iran launching a ballistic missile attack against Israel. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us now with the latest.
Israel Defense Forces said Israelis can now leave protected shelters after what was the largest ballistic missile attack in history. The Israeli army says close to 200 missiles were fired at the Jewish state on Tuesday, the country's Iron Dome missile defense system intercepting the weapons in the night sky, while air raid sirens wailed and explosions above Tel Aviv with flashes of light from the intercepting rockets. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said the attack was in retaliation for the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut last week.
I think this is a start of something more. It's going to be a little bit larger, and I think you have to expect that the Israelis will respond in a very forceful manner.
The barrage of missiles from Iran comes a day after Israeli forces began ground operations in Lebanon. Israeli forces are trying to rid southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, so some 60,000 Israelis can go back to their homes near the border.
We are declassifying a series of IDF operations conducted since the beginning of the war, aimed at dismantling Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure and capabilities.
Nearly 24 Lebanese border communities have been ordered by Israel to evacuate. The White House says President Biden has directed the U.S. military to aid Israel's defense against Iranian attacks and shoot down any missiles targeting the country. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed update. And again, giving you another live look out in Beirut, Lebanon. Joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert is Fleur Hassan Nahum, Israel's Foreign Ministry Special Envoy and former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Fleur, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
So I know many times we get right into the crux of the breaking news, but first I want to ask you, how are you? You live in Jerusalem. I'm sure it's scary at this time, to say the least. How are you? What are you feeling right now?
So I'll tell you a little bit about our evening yesterday. We were told that there was an imminent Iranian strike. We thought it was going to take much longer. I'm in the middle of an interview, actually, with an American news channel. And in the middle of that interview, we all got alarms on our phones that there's an imminent attack. I took my kids and my husband, we went down to the shelter. We stayed in the shelter. We were asked to stay in the shelter for about an hour as a barrage of over 180 ballistic missiles were launched on all parts of Israel. I think Jerusalem received about 40 or 50 of them. And it's a very scary thing, because if our Iron Dome defense wasn't so strong, if the technology that we have wasn't so sophisticated, of course, with the help of the American military, then this would be a half-destroyed country, and we'd be probably at the start of a third world war. I don't think any sovereign country would stand and would put up with an attack, so fierce attack from another country. And this is not a declaration of war. This is, in fact, a declaration of war.
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because many eyes and world leaders are on this conflict, and they are saying that we are pretty much on the brink of a full-scale war. If you ask the people there who are actually experiencing the missile strikes, they'll probably say it's already underway. What are you hearing from your constituents in the area? What is the need? Because we know Israeli Defense Forces, they've been very adamant from the very beginning. This is a fight against terroristic organizations, not against the Lebanese people. And then if we look at the conflict with Hamas, not against those in Pakistan.
Well, this is the issue, that what we have here is a civilizational clash between the free world and the Islamic Republic of Iran. And up until now, the Islamic Republic of Iran likes to work through its proxies. They don't want to get their hands dirty. Its major proxy is Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah, since the 80s, have literally taken over Lebanon. It has destroyed the country of Lebanon, and today is the major funder, supplier, trainer of all the terrorism coming out of Lebanon from Hezbollah, who have taken over the country. In Hamas, who took over the Gaza Strip brutally in 2006, it's the same thing. The Islamic Republic of Iran is funding them, is training them, and it's a second proxy. Their third proxy are the Houthis in Yemen, again, a destroyed country, Yemen, a civil war funded and fueled by Iran, and now they've got their noses into Iraq, where they're taking over, not just in the government, but Shia militias are taking over. So the big picture, if we just zoom out for a second, is the Islamic Republic of Iran controlling its tentacles across the Middle East for one major reason. They want America out. And Israel is seen as America's agent in the Middle East. And that's what's going on. But it's not America and Israel, it's the values that we stand for.